Oh, wow. So finally getting to this post after having to do a lot of literal and figurative moving. I am now getting to 79. And that was like a weird elusive number I didn't think would yield much. I knew it was Yakin and Boaz. Yakin and Boaz in Hebrew. And since the two pillars essentially are equated or plumb, it kind of implies that the hidden or the middle pillar is also 79. So considering 270 or 237, it's kind of why I went ahead and read the Dvaya Garbha Tantra, because the abundance of 237 regarding it. It's Heruka, which is where like the Heruka or blood drinker kind of comes to the fore, the mandala of Heruka and whatnot, the various Herukas. But the Vajra is 237, and essentially when you read the Dvaya Garbha Tantra, it sort of cuts down to the base, the heart of everything. And in a sense, 79, again, being like the culmination of the 1 through 12, or 78, it makes me think of that point in the center, or Sarvananda Maya, which in the Kamakala Vilasa is the center of the Sri Yantra. But Sarvananda Maya, the all-encompassing bliss or whatever. But it's also interesting that the very first verse of the Dvaya Garbha Tantra, when spelled in English, but again, using the Hebrew-English cipher, homage to the Bhagawan being 69, which is I think also, well, it's various other things, but Samanta Bhadra, but I think it's Amitabha and also Baphomet essentially, but homage to the Bhagawan Samanta Bhadra. And that stood out because, again, in the last post I was talking about and read the Brahma Samhita, the Brahma Brahma Samhita 375. But adding the 394 is a lot of things. No, it wasn't that. What is it? 394 is a lot of things regarding Buddhism, but also Hinduism. Which one was it? Mahamrityunjaya. Yeah, the Watchful Lord, which is a name of Avalokiteshvara. But it's also Buddha and Vishnu, etc. So, Sri Ganesh, the ultimate reality. So, yeah, 375 is very clear in a lot of ways because it is ultimate reality, pure actuality, the divine nature, the sun. So that's very telling. Sangsar, 13 Buddhas. So yeah, 394 is the 13 Buddhas. And there's something to 394, like there's similar to 793, there's some sort of mandalic quintessence to it. Mahavairocana, there you go, that's the celestial Buddha in the Avatamsaka Sutra. So, Noble Eightfold Path, the truth of being, womb realm. So, but going back to 375, it's also Brahma Padma. Brahma Padma. There's a lot to that. Like 15 times 25 is also either Dev or and Devi. Dev and Devi, which is kind of like the daughter and mother in a sense, or also Gaja and Goya, or Gaja, Goya. And Goya means secret or hidden. Gaja is Ganesha, or the elephant. And it's interesting because Gaja and Gaia are essentially the same, meaning the world. But so Mantabhadra, being 375, and Sangsar, which is this, there's a lot of teachings in these various texts, but especially another one came up, which is the Brahma Vaivarta Purana, and I haven't read it yet because I had to order it and get it, but it seems telling. It even has a section on Ganesha. But this connection of Radha and Krishna, and especially Brahma and Krishna being referred to extensively with water, like I had already found, because of what's his name, Ramakrishna, he had mentioned something called the oceanic feeling, which is 666, and to me that had like, it struck a chord. But then I found out about something called Samudra, and it's symbolized by like a drop, but Samudra drop is 666. And the Samudra drop is essentially like a drop of Brahma, or the water, the cosmic water. And so just as the cosmic fire with a shin can be 666, since fire and water are the same value, the cosmic water is 666. And so that goes with essentially this Brahma, or Radha and Krishna as the fire and the water, and in this sort of divine embrace, or again, I think of the divine love of the sun, Swedenborg, or Emanuel Swedenborg, he talks about that, the divine love, and love being 111, of the sun, but again, sun with a shin, the sun as 375. So the divine love, and that's also the divine's love, because divine is 85. Dove, the dove's love, or the divine's love. But there's so much more to all of this, because again, 79 times 3, 237. 237 is Guya Garbha, but then it's also Heruka, and 237 doubled is 474, which is Doth. So this mirror the whole essence of Vajrayana, which 474 and Doth relate to on many levels without even getting, it all wraps around. It's really weird. But yeah, 375 is Vishvarupa, the omniform of Vishnu. And another interesting aspect of 375, and again going back to that whole concept of the Phi Analogia, the golden ratio, and 666 in the sun, is the fact that 375 is also the Hebrew value of Solomon, or Shalomah, S, or Shin, Lamed, Mem, He. And so it's also Sho, which is like hour or time. And again, 79 is also Ha'od, which Kenneth Grant talks about. Not just Hod, well, it is Hod, but H and then OD, it's like an aspect of time, like odd, like Doth, but with a He. I don't know, it's the root of a period of time. And so 74 being the seed, and then 79 with the He, it's like Ha-Lamed. Again, it's just all like a weird net. But that's what that 79, again, it came up to me, and I realized the sort of simplicity of the geometry, and the fact that Chank, which is a name for Shank or Conch, is also 79. And that makes me think again of that sort of like 70 being Omicron, or an O or ring, circle, 9 being the fullness of it, and it's just like one less than 80, which is Yesod. But again, 74 is the root of Yesod without the Vav. So this is like the foundation in a way as well. 79, just for some reason I see it as that conch or shell. So I had that pulled up somewhere. But 237, as Grant mentions. So, well, first of all, he does mention this thing about the lines, and like it makes me think of magnetism and time. But it's 79 and 22 of that particular chapter. Who knew with Zos the mysteries of awful alignments, and made the connections with ions, and made the lines meet that should not meet? You know. The sigil they formed, the lines that were not destined to meet but did meet. In a homely cave set in a calm hillside. But how would or could you know? And so again, 22. Post 22, I read the Wisdom of Silba. But with this verse appears to carry over verse 20. So 77. But how could the weird one know anything about Zos, Austin Osman Spare, who did indeed understand the mysteries of awful alignments, and make the lines meet that should not meet? If you know refers to the scryer and receiver of this oracle, i.e. Margaret Leasing, then it were proof that she and Arid were, in an inexplicable sense, a single entity, albeit 4 centuries divided the lives of the 2 women. On the other hand, the oracle may be addressed to the author, who initiated the transmission and who knew with Zos. He, being of Clan Grant, carried in his veins the witch blood of Arid, as well as that of Crowley, whose cousin also was a Grant. Gregor Grant, in fact, attempted to obtain possession of the grimoire through Kenneth's great-uncle, Phineas Black. See Against the Light. There is no period after verse 22. 22 is the number of Hai, the hearer in secret, as if to imply that the oracle was intended for the author and not for the medium. There then arises a complicated network of anachronistic concepts which would explain the abrupt introduction of Zos. K.G. or Kenneth Grant knew Zos in the flesh as the body considered as a whole, which was Spare's definition of the term Zos. See Spare, the Book of Pleasure, illustration, page 45. His witch mother, Yelda Patterson, was said by Phineas Black to have been one of several avatars, of which Arid was the first, to have been controlled by the Outer Ones. The oracle is Od, or O-D-H, Ayin Daleth He, a word found in a cuneiform inscription in meaning an age or eon, time, eternity, a direct reference to alignments between the eons or ions, which should not meet. We do not know why they should not meet, but this is the word. DHO, a metathesis of ODH, is a word associated by H.P. Lovecraft with a formula mentioned in the Dunwich Horror, page 120. Dunwich in Suffolk is not far removed from Arid's birthplace. The sigil they formed, the lines that were not destined to meet but did meet. The lack of a period between this verse and the verse 22 suggests that the scryer, or Kenneth Grant, or both, had knowledge of the sigil formed by the lines that should not meet. But neither the scryer nor Kenneth Grant knew the precise nature of this knowledge. The number 23, however, yields a clue. Applied to the paths of the Tree of Life, the number 23 denotes the place of crossing, where 4 lines meet, and where in fact the eons of Horus and of Maat converge upon and merge into the eons of Zain and of Ma-Ion, that mysterious Meonic eon connected with a sword, Zain. Certain contemporary questers have received adumbrations of these matters, have been at pains to connect them with events occurring in comparatively recent times, linked with the supposed end of an eon in the year 2000. Could this parallel C.W. Ledbetter's reference to the two evolutions presently unfolding on Earth, they being unknown to man, as man is unknown to them? See Grant, Cults of the Shadow, page 137. They have also connected their researches to a Scarlet Woman, and it is curious to note that the number 23 veils the name Babylon, as 3 minus 2 is 1, 2 plus 3 is 5, and 2 times 3 is 6. 156, Babylon, which conceals the threefold formula of the Mauve Zone. But few understand that one has to get on the other side of the fence, Cheth, even to begin to fathom the mystery of the eons. Moreover, to the 23rd path is attributed the element water, the mystical connotation of which is blood. Hence the Scarlet Woman and the notion of a bloody sacrifice, and the symbolism of the woman in her lunar phase, and that of the hanged or crucified man. The meeting of these lines suggests also the Marmas and Santis, formed by their crossing and interaction as diagrammatized in the Sri Yantra. See Grant, Beyond the Mauve Zone, diagram, page 45, in chapters 3, 4, and 5. In the Anuttara Amnaya, these lines should not meet, in the sense of any physical contiguity between the Suvasini and the Chakra Raja of the Kala circle. In special areas of Tantra, however, these lines are brought into contact with one another, and perhaps the sigil intended here may itself be the Sri Yantra. The oracle provides an interesting gloss in respect of dark magic. 80 is Ogaba, or Ayin Gimel Beth He, immodest love, and Lamgu, a name found in cuneiform denoting the moon. Ogbe, or Ayin Gimel Beth He, is synonymous with Akba, 93, Akbe, an Arab name for an evil spirit or magician. Akbish, the spider, derives from this rootage, and it may be that the sigil intended is the mandala of the spider goddess of the 13th sign. See Introduction. In a homely cave set in a calm hillside. But how would or could you know? Both verses remained inexplicable, in view of which verse 25 was scrapped. We may note that 24 is a number frequently associated with UFO sightings and so-called extraterrestrial encounters. Had the sigil some connection with alien beings? If so, it might explain the phrase, homely cave set in a calm hillside, inserted to allay fears concerning the origin of the sigil of Aosic, which he first saw on the wall of a cavern or tunnel. See Grant, Outside the Circles of Time, chapter 8. And so here in this verse is interesting because he mentions page 102 of Morals and Dogma, which, anyway, this book is so deep and complex because, again, it brings up this ancient connection to the African spider, and I forgot what book it is, but by Rattray. There's these verses regarding the spider. But yeah, basically this idea of the sun, the geometry, this spiral, makes me think of how essentially time is cordoned off, but like there's also these categories, and Ganesha being essentially like a form of Muladhara, but also some aspect of the Sri Yantra or Sahasrara as well. as ohm. There's something to this. It's like harmonics or something, but makes me want to read this because there's all these fragmentations. I see these weird broken numbers like 237, 375. In a way, they're whole numbers, but you would think because they're just like seemingly random. But there's a tight interlocking thing where they come together in the triple numbers as perfect expressions in some weird way. The mandalas. And that's kind of what the Guhyagarbha Tantra talks about, is this alignment of all the mandalas. 333 I ended up finding is rasa, not only the rasa kala spelled out, but it's also rasa lila, this sort of important dance. Rasa lila. There's so many other things that I had found really regarding that I'm like, wow, this is just there's like a crystallization in an overlay, or an underlying overlay, I don't know. But Natya Rasa is also 333. So, oh wow, you could just like, and I mean, just so I don't forget, but like the mandala of is 222, and it made me think, because like all these Jungian things started aligning, and how he talks about flying saucers in one book. The mandala of flying saucers is 666, and there's other ways you could parse that, such as the saucer mandala, the Jung mandalas, it's just so many different things. But yeah, like, they're all just little svapnavastas, or, you know. Anyway, it is strange though how there's a ring or a cycle, and it's like that, the way in which Native Americans weave tapestries, like, it comes to mind. I don't know. Also, Damodar is a name of Krishna, one of the 377th names of Vishnu, or the 367th, I mean. But yeah, Damodar Krishna, 666. So, and Krishna in one spelling in Hebrew, I believe, is like Q-R Krishna. And there's other ways of, again, 367 is Sunyata and comes up in many other ways, and it corresponds with, I believe, 299, Tsongkhapa, his whole teaching, and like, I don't know, I could go on and on. But I've just, all these numbers keep recurring, and I can't help but notice it, because it's like been going on and on and on, like in a weird, like a one of these things, chord, Adama. But yeah, Guhyagarbha Tantra. Oh yeah, I ended up finding out that one of the Tibetan spellings of the ancient names of Buddha, this right here, the Wiley, like when you transliterate that, Deng, Hoi, Sengs, oh wait, not with the shin, but Deng, Hoi, Sengs, Yes, it just happens to also be 666. So again, this teaching of the circle. So yeah, I didn't end up reading this whole thing yet, but that's what I wanted to say regarding all of it so far. There's some sort of weird thing going on. Kenneth Grant talks about the Heka, which is 237. So I know I keep jumping back and forth, but it's just the way it's got to be. I wanted to read all the 79 thing. So 237, where is it? 232 is also interesting and would be related to 237. The 9 loops may indicate the 9 orifices of the human body through which flows the magical current represented by the sigil, which again makes me think of the W, or Virya. Virya. To the final and equally unidentifiable terminal sign of that. This current may be that typified by the 5-fold star of woman, the pentagram, as demonstrated by multiplying its angles by 5, thus 18, 36, 72, 90, 180, 360, each digit adding up to 9. The oracle is a number of Aosic, and of Ur-Heka, the magic power, while Iraeomai, 237, means to be a priest or priestess, Suvasini. And I keep thinking, I had to make sure it's Suvasini. Yeah, the Suvasini is 222, which is also Kama, Kala, Halasa. And I mean, I keep seeing so many other things, but I wanted to get all these different fabrics. I found the section in Walmart that has like remnants of fabric. It was like really cool. But fabric is 222 and it seems to go well with books. But so again, that tapestry, it's like obvious. The sigil was indeed discovered to be potent in invoking the forces of Aosic through the Suvasini. 237 is also a number of Allura. See Grant Beyond the Mod Zone, Chapter 7. According to the Annals of New Isis Lodge, the force signified by the name Lura is uniquely responsive to the sigil. And Lura, I believe there's also a spelling of Laor. It's essentially a form of ore, like the light. So yeah, the Vajra. Okay, and another spell, the Chinese form of Samantabhadra is 237 as Puxian or Puxian, Puxian. So there's a lot of different things like Wahiguru, the Avatar, Siddha Yogini, a spelling of Tsongkhapa with a Z, Tsongkhapa. So yeah, there's definitely some sort of recurrence in this twilight language or secret language. In secret language, language is 99, but secret language, veils with a Tau, 777, in all these teachings of the twilight language, especially in Tantra, secret is like elaborated in 777 further than the fact, I mean, the polysemic language. So yeah, polysemic with a gimel for C is 666. There's other ways of obviously putting this sort of simple terminology for it, but then you also have Guya. Guya mantras, secret mantras, which again, there's so many different things about all this. But yeah, there's some sort of geometry that is, it's occulted, ignored, torus hypercube, the fourth dimensional cube, etc. But it gets more expanded in the wider scope of all the different numbers. And so, I don't really know how much more to go into depth. But it's like it's simple, like the Supreme Dharma, the Supreme Mudra. I mean, there's a lot to that, but the fact that it's just so simple, I don't even know where to start because I've written so much in this journal. But basically, But yeah, there's another text I want to get to. I brought it up, like I have it here, but I haven't found it yet. Or I mean, I found a PDF, but it's pretty long, so it'd be better to have in physical. But the Mahanarayana Upanishad seems interesting as well. I don't know. It's just weird. This stuff's been around forever, but it's like resonating with what I want to know about. And the geometry, the codes of them are being more revealed. And I guess it really has nothing to do with this. That's why I haven't even read this. I mean, it does in a way. Like, you could consider, it's just I think the OTO has languished in some aspects, but it was a good introduction. Like Crowley's system was a good way, obviously, to introduce me to the gematria as an actual like system that you can approach things with. But then I just had to like go further, go deeper into the origins and whatnot. But so let me read this, because I already see certain things that I would like to look into through this lens, more so now. And I said, today I read the complete Gnostic Mass, Liber 15, in all its parts. I realized there are actually multiple versions of this text, so there may be a few discrepancies. I also made the error of the Virgin reading heaven before earth. 666 is the Gnostic's Mass in its eternally united Trinity, through which all are united in a baptism of wisdom. So again, all these things. It's also, so I said this is the knowledge of the Gnostic, which it is. Oops. But it's, I also know that this is the Gnosis, is also 6. So this is the Gnosis. There is none else like it, even in the highest temples and bunkers. The secret knowledge of the beast was given unto me to give unto you. Here are the keys and power of the beast, which the satanic Christ has been conceived to prepare for you. The new eon of Aquarius, in which the double current is reckoned, and the knowledge of Aiwass has been confirmed in the symbol of Aiwass, which is Aiwass's value. Aiwass value sits at 6, to be beyond the scope of its original prophet, who didn't have the time or technology or confirmations to see the scope of Liber El Vel Legis. It took a few cycles, but the egg came back around, and the secret Liber AL code was cracked. The value of Liber AL, chapter 2, verse 76, was found to be in the sum of AL 76. 4 plus 6 plus 3 plus 8 plus A as 1, B as 2, K as 11, plus 2 plus 4 plus A as 1 plus L as 12, plus G as 3 plus M as 13, plus O as 16 plus R as 20 plus 3 plus Y as 10, plus X as 18 plus 24 plus 89, plus R is 20 plus P is 17 plus S is 14, plus T is 22 plus O is 16 plus V is 6, plus A is 1 plus L is 12. That is, the letters in their ordinal or basic Hebrew values. V is Teth plus He plus He. Sam is Samek plus Vav plus Mem. Of is Ayin plus Vav. Al is Aleph 1 and Lamed 30, the title of Liber Al. 76, the verse number in the following ordinal values, X being taken as Zadi. Note that Sam with Mem final, 600, is also 666, showing the clue within the alphabet itself. Thus I have found the Book of the Law formula in the current of 93 in general. This is the new symbols evidence from AL chapter 2 verse 55. And obviously I was kind of kidding, but kind of just going with it. And the proof of the eon that I am the only one who could decode the value, seeing as no one else has. This is a code used to keep magic continuity. The miracle of the egg of Ma-Ion relates to the old cyclical and future story in the Amalantra working, and it is a work which must be done. when you find the egg of Amalantra. The egg as the O is equated with the dragon in Liber 777, which resonates with the Templar and OTO, Baphomet, the Mete, the beast, being as it is essentially hermaphroditic and transmutative as well. It was Amalantra that gave Crowley the true spelling of Baphomether, both of which equal 729, the cube of 9, which is the cube of space, relating to Crowley's star sponge vision, and perhaps to the fractal cross of Baphomet. In another sense, we can see that 729 is Ha-Drakon, Ha-Shatan, the dragon Ha-Shatan, relating back to the O, the egg, however fulfilled. Nothingness with twinkles. But what twinkles? Note the circle in its lowest form, with 2 gimels, equals 270, which is also Sri, which when added to 729 is 999, the number of Therion, with non-final 700, the reversed and revealed form of the Hebrew Therion, which is 666. So I guess the fact that I just realized 79 is the 22nd prime number ought to, I guess, tell me this relationship I'm seeing between Buddha, which is 22, and 79 as this like spiral circle, point in the circle, essentially the what is it, the Om Mani Padme Hum, or the jewel in the lotus symbolism, and this sort of spiral of time. The fact that 78 is waves, that was really why I saw that Brahma, I don't know, this cosmic water idea, I guess, and there's definitely a chain going on in the numbers system, and a development. I mean, Tendai is 79, which is the lotus school. So, also Abhijna, which is direct, like a higher knowing, direct knowing, knowing beyond the sort of walls in a sense, but it's also Diba Kaku, or the divine eye. Diba Kaku. But also Nidhi, treasure. And Gathas, so recite Gathas. And then also Hindi, so Hindi, which is a, variant kind of Sanskrit, the spoken language of India, but also a name of Durga. So, and again, Chunk, which I didn't realize there was left and right turning conches, but apparently I had one of both. I didn't know that. So yeah, this spiral 79 is definitely related to the spiral, but Hod being splendor, OT being the root of OTO, but also Typhonian order, or operating Thetan. I don't know. It took me forever, but I had to move. And I realized this sort of meaning of oikos, house, and whatnot, foundation, in a deeper sense. But anyway, there's more I want to go on too, but I just need to keep moving on. Let's see, what did I forget? There's a lot to Ganesha. Oops. I've been really enjoying I think there's 32 different types of Ganesha, at least in one little text. Gerald Massey is the one, I guess. Grant gets this concept of the Ur-Heka, great magical power. Sometimes this rod with the serpent's head, essentially what he's holding. This whole thing of the staff or the wand has become a focal point. This mythological connection again with Moses, Solomon, the Ancient Secret in Search of the Holy Grail book, which I still need to finish. But yeah, there's just a lot to gather and go over and understand. As I go further back into Aleister Crowley and the Hidden God, which was the first book of Grant's that I got, it's more and more like I realize the power that I felt way back then is almost like this Osirian nature of time, and the swathings, the serpents, Narayana. It's all like, it's just weird how interesting and like deep it all is. But it's all like that's why I was saying it's like overlapping in categories, but they're lines that should not touch or meet. This whole thing about 15, again, 15 times 15 being 225, which is the goddess, but it's also a spelling of this tool held by mainly Vajrayogini or Dakinis, and sometimes Yamantaka. It's, I think, the Grigud, which is basically the Kartika, this flaying knife, crescent flaying knife. And it kind of has the lunar symbolism. But, I don't know, there's just a lot to this stuff. I think that the West is still, like, way behind on. But anyway, so it's April 2nd, 11 years since I got the egg, the obsidian egg, which is 237. And a friend of mine died exactly 1 year ago. And it was Good Friday. It's kind of strange, all the overlap. The faithful Dolma Tara, essentially like the fact that in all these different texts, like Prakriti, nature, is the goddess. Existence, 237. Ain and Aha spelled out. Aha. So yeah, this whole thing about like the Vajra is essentially everywhere, everything. Also, what is it? 869, which is Thagirion or Thagirion, is 79 times 11. And yeah, the Diamond Realm and the Diamond Sutra and the Heart Chakra are 474. 869 I already remember is Guru Granth, I believe, which is the book of what is it? Sikhism, the Guru Granth Sahib. And let's see what else. Kenneth Grant says it's Briksha, the female vampire, gigantic night bird, reminiscent of the Kritzquar. So yeah, this there's something to this Kritzquar in this outside the circles of time, obviously, but like outer extratemporal geometry, the fourth way, the fifth dimension, tetrahedral geometry. Essentially the 666 thing, I don't see how other mathematicians haven't recognized the universality, or the fact that that's a key to this system of numerical retrosity and reciprocity. That cycloflex system of Bob Marshall apparently has, now I think of it in terms of this Lotus teaching, Tendai school, because there's definitely a cyclical nature to it all. But I don't know, it's obviously too much for fucking one person, or anybody, I guess, but I see personally, like, there's something to this spiral 666 gnosis, if you want to call it that, and it reaches back into these things, and so it's like undeniable, it's like unhideable if you can just decode it with the geometric phonetics, whatever you want to call the numerics of the phonetics, semiotic, polysemic, whatever you want to call it. It's pretty much all there. 79. These words flashed before me in the cavern of initiation. The mystical gnosis of Silba. The word Silba is a tentative rendering of the magical characters which appear in verse 16 of the second chapter of the Wisdom of Silba, between the sigils of Aosic and Ilyaran. The trident-shaped emblem has been equated with the triple fire tongue of spirit represented by the letter Shin, the value of which is 300. The character resembling the sign of the planet Venus has been read as Lamed, the letter of Venus. The B-shaped sign has been read as its face value, Beth 2. And the broken pentagram, which suggests the letter A, pentalpha, is equal to Aleph 1. Silba thus equals 333, the number of Karanzan, see glossary, and of Shugal, the jackal or fox typical of Set. Shugal is the name of a metal associated with the dark twin of Sirius, Sirius B. 333 is also the number of Itzaksar, or Ishakshar, the Sitsti stone. See the novel of The Black Seal by Arthur Machen and Outside the Circles of Time by Kenneth Grant. That invokes the Qliphoth. If the initial letter of Silba is read as a Samek, Sitsti, the total numeration is then 93. In either case, there is unequivocal indication that the intelligence behind the transmission is identical with the magical current informing the Typhonian Thelemic Gnosis. 93 is the number of Uwasi, cf. Iwas, an Arab term meaning initiation, a discarnate teacher. It is also the number of Chai Yoga, the yoga of the shadow. 93 is the number of Kanaka, gods of Polynesia, worshipped with sexual rites which spawned a race of beings that lived on land until they developed the Innsmouth look, fish-eyed, frog-faced mutations, who finally wriggled back into the sea to join Great Cthulhu in the deep. Strange Eons by Bloch. Page 29. The Innsmouth look is an expression used by H.P. Lovecraft. See his Shadow over Innsmouth. There is also the Arab Akba 93, an evil spirit or magician. The word is allied to the Chaldean Agbe, immodest love or illicit, i.e. forbidden, intercourse, indicating in the present context traffic with non-terrestrial entities. 93 is the number of Magen, or Magonia, source of the Maskim, who, according to the Necronomicon, lie in wait about the boundaries of the world. According to the Necronomicon, Schlangekraft Recension, the Maskim are the 7 lords of the shadows in the depths of the seas who once reigned over Magan. The Maskim, who are the Qliphoth of the planetary power zones, connect with the Lama of Lang, Lam, or Lam, through the number 171, the sum of 1 through 18, which is again 6 plus 6 plus 6, which denotes the invocation of alien entities by the formula of sexual magic. The pronunciation of Silba was invariably received as Shilba, the I being phonetic and barely articulated, the terminal Ba being forcefully emphasized. When the I or Yod is included for Kabbalistic analysis, the evaluations of the name are respectively 343 and 103. 343 is the cube of 7, the great number of the gods, the ancient ones, and of the phrase V'amer Alhim, and God said. Genesis 1:3. 343 denotes Zepharun, or Zayin Pe Resh Vav Nun, a sweet smell, which describes an attribute of the priestess, who in tantric ritual is known as Suvasini, sweet-smelling woman. The reference here is to the olfactory aspect of the colors or kalas, which the Suvasini emits during the rite, and which signals transition from one dimension to another. Silba denotes sometimes the absolute self reflected as a goddess of space, a special form of Isis and of Nuit, New Isis, in the shadowy realm of mutations known as the Mauve Zone. The number 103 is that of Almala, the soul of Naught, which is Silba. A method of achieving this soul, the Ba of Silba, is concealed in the word Almala, which may be kin to the Greek halomai, to jump or leap, suggestive of the Voltigeurs in the Batrachian formula of the Deep Ones. Al-Mala is also a motto of Frater Eossic, assumed long before the transmission of this wisdom of Silba. It may also have to do with the coming eon of Maat, Ma, which, indicated here between the AL and the LA, suggests a secret formula of the eons that has not yet been fully elaborated. 103 is furthermore the valuation of Alalia. See Cults of the Shadow, Chapter 8. A form of Alalia not talking, and of Mabin the crowned babe, i.e. the crowned and conquering child, who, as the babe in the egg and unable to utter a word, symbolizes the non-human logos born of Naught, Nuit, the star child. 103 contains 13 and 31, with all the highly important implications which these two numbers have for the Typhonian tradition. Frater Akkad's correspondence is particularly rich in respect of these numbers, as has been shown in Cults of the Shadow. See Note 1. In connection with the present brief account of the wisdom of Silba, the reader is advised that when a particular verse is cited, the Roman numeral indicates the number of the chapter, the Arabic number denotes the verse in question, and the number in italics indicates the serial number of the verse in the collection of verses as a whole. The first chapter concerns the mystical identity of Silba and Bel. These terms may be considered as here conveying meaning similar to the Hindu notions of Atman and Jivatman, similar but not identical. The chapter presents an analysis of consciousness, of which 3 states only are or can be experienced by man: the waking, the dreaming, and the deep sleep states. The only possibility of achieving a coherent understanding of man and the universe is by relinquishing once and for all the delusive interpretations fabricated by systems operating within the framework of duality. From the standpoint of metanosis, or true metaphysic, science is no less a superstition than religion.
Both have led man to the morass in which he now flounders. Science has augmented fear of and for this world, while religion is diluted with vague hopes for the next. The secret of everything lies in consciousness. Until investigations are stripped of inessentials, scientific and/or religious, reality will remain obscured. The only fact of which we have direct, immediate, and continuous experience is awareness of consciousness. So-called unconsciousness is non-existent. Outside consciousness, nothing whatever exists for us. In waking, dreaming, sleeping, the common factor is consciousness. It is the reality underlying the three states, which are the only states known to us. In deep and dreamless sleep, consciousness is pure awareness, i.e., uncontaminated by movement. In dreams, consciousness appears as images or subtle objects. In waking, as gross objects. There is no precise line of demarcation between the latter two states. Hence the need for cultivating intense and vigilant viveka, discrimination. Viveka is repeatedly advised in the Madhyamaka and Vedantic texts. It denotes discrimination not merely between objects of the same dimension, subjective or objective, but between objects which arise in waking, dreaming, and in the pure subjectivity which characterizes the ground on which they appear. This ground, when veiled in the darkness of sleep, seems, from the standpoint of waking and dreaming, to be bereft of consciousness, i.e., unconscious. That which is actually considered to be a blank, a hiatus, is in truth all that we are. Consciousness pure, sometimes called the self, in our text, Silba or Shilba. The self is the non-objective, objectless, or object-free consciousness. It is mind devoid of thoughts. Self is basic subjectivity, not subject, not object, but the substratum of both, which are mere appearances created in consciousness by the mind's sense of identity with a particular body. This sense of identity is the ego or pseudo-self. Shilba, then, is pure undifferentiated consciousness. Why does objectivity appear to exist? Why do thoughts, objects, put in an appearance? For everything is just an appearance, as the word phenomenon signifies. Phenomena are due to agitation or movement in the calm expanse of mind. When mind is tranquil, when thoughts subside as in sleep, then reality is revealed. And that is Shilba. It is obscured by thoughts, as the sun is obscured by interposing between it and the eye a mere finger. Hence Patanjali's definition of yoga as the systematic suppression of the thinking principle. Yoga Aphorisms of Patanjali 1. When mind is clear and able to detect the unreal in the real, or thoughts in consciousness, it becomes aware of that which in sleep is mistaken for a blank, a lapse of consciousness, unconsciousness. But it is not nothingness, it is reality itself. It becomes necessary, therefore, to understand that this thought-free state is one's real being, that it is not a state at all, but eternal, serene, and unlimited, and totally aware. The three vehicles of awareness, as they appear from the waking state, are identified as body, mind, and consciousness. When awareness is identified with the body, then the consciousness of things is experienced. But when the stand is in total awareness, consciousness is no longer experienced individually, but cosmically, universally. Not personalized, but impersonalized. It is then, as it always was and will be, the true self. The real is that which never changes, never fades, never appears, and therefore never disappears. It is absolute absence, and Shilpa is that, or, correctly speaking, this, for it is what we are here, now, and forever. When this is realized, continuously, unbrokenly, the experience is known as Sahaja Samadhi, our natural state. So again, Sahaja is 78. Or it could be 78 or 318, but all other forms of samadhi, being states of the mind, do not transcend this phenomenal level. They appear and they disappear, they are not real. More correctly, they are real only insofar as consciousness is their ground, for consciousness is what they are. All states other than Sahaja Samadhi are therefore unnatural, illusory. One who has not understood this is not whole, is in fact mad, for he assumes to be real what is not. Upon this illusion, man has reared the entire edifice of his science, his philosophy, and his relationships with beings as illusory as himself. The aim of genuine spiritual cultures, behind exoteric world religious systems, lie genuine spiritual cultures, their vitality, their truth. In Hinduism, it is Advaita Vedanta. In Buddhism, the Madhyamaka. In Mohammedanism, Sufism. In Christianity, Gnosticism. In Judaism, Kabbalism. Is therefore to enable man to experience with total awareness, deep and dreamless, sleep. This is possible only when true discernment, Viveka, has facilitated full enlightenment or Buddhahood. Objects in dreams appear to the dreamer as real as they appear in the waking state. This is because consciousness is their base. And consciousness is sentience, which projected appears to impart reality to the object. The object is nothing but consciousness and does not exist outside consciousness. The thing is a mere illusion, an apparition. Mind quiescent is pure consciousness. To the unenlightened mind, quiescent mind appears as the blankness and ignorance of sleep. This is due to identification of the mind and body with the ego, the personal mind, which does not exist in sleep. When misidentification ceases or is recognized as such, consciousness, self, is experienced in the waking state as the underlying reality, deathless, intemporal, spaceless, and effulgent. The physical manifestation of consciousness is light. Its metaphysical reality is the LVX or lux of the Gnostics, the Jnana of the Advaitins, the Buddha of the Madhyamikas, the Ein Sof Or of the Kabbalists. Deep sleep appears as unconsciousness, as darkness, only to the man who identifies consciousness with objects, the first and foremost of which is always the object bearing his name and attributes. If this object, which he mistakenly regards as himself, can be understood as the subjective side of the subject-object relationship, which arises in consciousness when mind is active, i.e. when it is thinking, to apprehend reality it is necessary to discriminate between thought and consciousness, between mind and its content. We are now in a position to understand how unconsciousness, so-called, appears to exist only when it is considered from the dream state and the waking state, both of which are states of mental mobility. The matter may be summarized as follows. 1. If one looks through the sense organs, gross objects appear. This is the waking state. 2. If one looks through the mind, subtle objects, thoughts appear. This is the dream state. 3. If one sees from a mind quiescent, only the seer remains, and that is consciousness. To the unenlightened, this state appears as sleep. To the enlightened, it appears as reality. The wisdom of Shilpa presents these ideas in terms relevant to the metanosis of the new eon. It has been necessary thus to sketch briefly the mystical basis of Silba or Shilpa, although we are more concerned here with the magical formulae pertaining to the outer gateways to which the wisdom supplies the keys. 15. Magical formulae of Shilpa. The second chapter of the Wisdom introduces, in chapter 2, verse 10, 57 as a whole, the thumb concentration familiar to votaries of Zos Pia Cultus. See Images and Oracles of Austin Osman Spare. In verse 11, 58 as a whole, the practice is associated with the appearance in the magnetic sleep ensuing upon the concentration of a magical and luminous mist in which the practitioner is as lost as those glorious ones. These are the Kuti, the shining ones who vanish into other dimensions. The eyelid drooping in sleep refers to the yoni of the priestess clicking shut like the lid of the coffin of Osiris, who reigns outside, welcoming the return of the children of Isis. The new sexuality, the expression is spares, implied by this mode of magic involves factors incomprehensible to the magician who has not attained Bel Eosic, i.e. to the secret of manifesting in the outer the Ba, essence or soul, Egyptian, of Shilpa. A clue lies in the verse number 11, and in the I or O of the priestess. The letter O signified to the ancients the number 11. See the Holy Kabbalah by Waite, page 423. This number denotes the accursed shells that only exist without the divine tree. See also the Holy Kabbalah. A phrase which indicates the Qliphoth and the place of the eggs or shells. It is evident from A.L. chapter 2 verse 49 that the babe in an egg is the dwarf in the space capsule. In the Egyptian Book of the Dead, he is celebrated thus: O thou who art in the egg, who shinest from thy disk. UFOs are frequently described as egg-shaped craft or simply as shells. The number 11, according to Crowley, is the general number of magic or energy tending to change. The change is precisely the transition from one dimension to another, signalized by the changing colors of the shining ones, as they pass through the gateway of death to reappear in another dimension. Kalak, or Kaf Lamed Cheth 58, is equivalent to the virgin, the bride, Ishtar. In magical terms, the entranced or unawakened priestess. 58 is Naga, the Venus of the Kabbalists. She has a special connotation in the Typhonian Gnosis, for Venus is the reputed home of the serpent race, the terrestrial members of which use the Ophidian current. Chapter 2, verse 13, 60 of the book as a whole, allegorizes the formula of the thumb meditation which has been depicted by Austin Osman Spare and by Soror Ilyaron. The major points of interest for the present study are contained in chapters 3 and 4 of the Wisdom. But before considering the relevant verses, certain points from chapters 1 and 2 should be especially noted in the light of material received during magical workings of New Isis Lodge after the transmission of the wisdom of Shilpa. The moon circle mentioned in 1:8, or chapter 1, verse 8. I-8 or 18 is the Isis principle, the secret key of Isis, the double serpent with the wand or staff, the phallic power. See Genesis Wood. Is the Kaula circle described in the Chandrakala recension of a tantric text, which played a vital role in the workings of New Isis Lodge. The reader is referred to the page of acknowledgments into the introduction of the Magical Revival by Grant. See also the next volume in the present series, chapters on Sri Chakra. How the moon circle is formed in the nature of that which it encloses will emerge in due course. Here it is necessary to note that it is Isis herself who commands, in chapter 1, verse 18, "Let the word of thy will be the truth of the self," a formula which may be understood as the kernel of the wisdom teaching. It is complemented by the only other emphasized verse in chapter 3, verse 53, "All is the word and the self is not." If these two verses are borne in mind, many apparent contradictions in the text are resolved. From verse chapter 139, Shilpa, being regarded thereto as an abstract or neuter principle, now assumes feminine form. This is a concession to our dualistic mode of thought. The goddess, like the moon circle, resumes the Ophidian gnosis implicit in the verse number 39 or thrice 13. Being the reflex of 93, 39 also denotes the magic of the backward paths of the Tree of Life. It is significant that the reflex of Silba, Ablis or Iblis, denotes the double or devil, the Iblis or Iblis of the Arabs. 39 is the number of Gol or Gaval, to move in a circle, the moon circle encompassing the children of Isis, first mentioned in chapter 1, verse 42. 42 signifies the Dark Mother, the mother of night, the moon. It also signifies Shadal, Hades, Amenta, Erebus, and recalls the halls of Iblis, with their gloomy watchtowers whose number could not be counted. They were covered by no roof, and their capitals of an architecture unknown in the records of the earth, served as an asylum for the birds of night, in Beckford's Vathek, page 107. The dark goddess is another form of the unfertilized or unawakened priestess in her magnetic sleep. The second chapter contains allusions to Zos Quiacultus, in the Thumb Meditation. The three pictures mentioned earlier, see note 8, in the Book of Pleasure, pages 20 and 35, and Cults of the Shadow, plate 9, reveal the mechanism of a formula transmitted to Spare via Black Eagle. The New Sexuality, chapter 2, verse 12, 59 as a whole, is also a legacy from Black Eagle. 12 is the number of Beth, the earlier Pa or hieroglyphic house represented by the Egyptians as the Buti or vagina, indicating in this context the magical instrument of the new sexuality, as indeed of the old. The difference being that in the new sexuality the organ is used intently, as a gateway rather than as an instrument of pleasure and or terrestrial reproduction. Many disparate streams of occult lore converge and blend in the wisdom, and some of them flow from unlikely sources. The children of Isis, the new sexuality, the thumb concentration are familiar to votaries of the Typhonian tradition, as also the concept of the leaper of the backward paths. Here the influences are New Isis Lodge, Zos Quiacultus. Here the influences are New Isis Lodge, a cell of the occult Typhonian order, founded by Kenneth Grant in 1955, Zos Quiacultus, founded by Austin Osman Spare and Kenneth Grant in 1948, and the teachings of La Couleuvre Noire. See Cults of the Shadow, chapters 9 and 10. 2:13:60. The glorious ones are the Khus. See chapter 4. the lights sometimes associated with ufologics. The verse number indicates clearly the Typhonian nature of the phenomena. The globes of Yog-Sothoth are 13 in number, and the sign for invoking them includes Oliaram, or Oliaram, a form of Illyarun, which is sigillized in Shilba. 60 is the number of the Adzaxar, or 60 stone, referred to by Solinus. See Outside the Circles of Time, page 218, and used in the evocation of the Qliphoth. 13 is Akkad, unity, 1, which added to 60 yields the number of Dana, the Crimson Desert, a form of the Mav Zone. It is held to be infested by protective evil spirits and monsters of death. Lovecraft at Last, Lovecraft in Conover, page 106. The sigil of Silba is not given. May we suppose that it should be constructed according to the principles suggested by verse 15, 62. 15 is Yod-He, the Yab-Yum complex, an adumbration of the androgyne, later to be extolled, which typifies contact with non-human intelligence. 62 is the number of Galahad, or Galahad, a Typhonian variant of Galahad. See, for this orthography, The Hidden Church of the Holy Grail, by Arthur Edward Waite, which demonstrates the natural link between the Graal and the Kala of Had, Set, that forms its content. This equation provides evidence for the Typhonian character of the Grail legends and their association with the Order of the Knights Templar. 62 also equates with Zonah, or Zanah, Zayn Nun He, prostitute, and Semen emitter, or emitter. Also, Nav, or Knave, Nun Aleph Vav He, Knave, ark, womb, or navel. It also means healing, the predominant characteristic of the Grail. A cavern of initiation, chapter 2, verse 16, 63, has been described in Outside the Circles of Time, chapter 8. At the time of seeing the sigil of Eosic, the accompanying names, Shilba and Illyarun, were not in the direct line of vision, or were they vibrating at a wavelength beyond the range of astral awareness? It would appear so. The verse number associates the perception with the Kalas, of which there are 16. See Cults of the Shadow. This is the number of Zug, or Zabog, Zayin Vav Gimel. Christopher Johnson points out that ZG, Zayin Gimel, is connected through the Hebrew root with the shells and carapaces, thus linking this idea with that of the Qliphoth. See Fabre de Olivet's The Hebraic Tongue Restored, page 340. In the Dunsanian version of the astral cosmography, the Zugs or Zoogs are furtive entities knowing many obscure secrets of the dream world and a few of the waking world. Verse 2:18-65 introduces the Mav Zone. This concept is already influencing various magical techniques, especially since the mechanism of tangential tantrums, analyzed in Hecate's Fountain, became operative in the workings of the New Isis Lodge. The Mav Zone is created from chaos after the dissolution of mind has given access to cosmic consciousness. It is envisaged in the wisdom as a desert of sand above the tunnels of Set. As previously noted, the Mav Zone is, or approximates to, the Arabic Dana, wherein lurk the Qliphoth. It is significant that the verse following the 66th verse of the text as a whole introduces the beetle, haunter of desert tombs, and a zootype of Isis. It is not surprising, then, that verse 20 alludes to Nuit as associated with the 93 current, New Isis, and Zos Kia Cultus. The latter was specially adapted to the reification of past karmas, particularly the winged karmas mentioned in 2:23:70. 70 is the number of Ast, or Asat, Aset, Isis. Asat in Sanskrit denotes non-being. These are evoked from the backward darkness. 70 also equals Hakli, or He Kaf Lamed Yod He, obscure or dark, by the formula of the 11th degree OTO, which breeds monsters. It has to be emphasized that the formula of the 11th degree OTO has no homosexual component. See concerning monsters and UFOs, Strange Creatures from Time and Space by John Keel, and The Mothman Prophecies by Keel. The number 23 provides a key to the nature of the Qliphoth encountered in the tunnels associated with the beetle, the bat, and the hellbird mentioned in chapter 2, verse 31, or 78, as a whole. 23 is the number of the path of the hanged man, symbolic of the Viparita Maithuna, literally upside down coitus, symbolic of the backward path. The hanged man is also the crucified man. The symbol denotes the place of the crossing over from man to that which is beyond man. In the cult of Ma'at, or Ma'at, this path relates to Ipsos, the path of blood typified by the vulture. 23, therefore, signifies the point of transition to something beyond, or outside, denoted by the number 24 into which it passes. This number, 24, appears frequently in connection with reported UFO phenomena. It's also the number of death and the path of death. The hellbird is but another form of UFO. See UFO's Operation Trojan Horse by John Keel. The phrase, drinking the colors of Isis in the desert of Set at the time of the hellbird, veils a complex formula. The numbers 31 and 78 pertain to the 93 current and to the Atus of Thoth, which contain all the colors or kalas of the universe. The 22 paths, the 10 Sephiroth and their reflexes, in all 32 times 2, or 64. 64 is 8 times 8, which denotes the full flowering of the lotus, or flower, Isis, in its Kalinian phase. 31 is the sum of the initials in the Greek of the term Scarlet Woman, H, K, and G, Koine Jaine, I believe. She who resumes the kalas in the bodily form of the priestess. 78 is Mesla, the influence from beyond or outside the tree of life. It is the number originally ascribed by Crowley to the outer one, Aiwass. 78 also denotes Mebul, waters of the flood, signifying in this context the priestess in her flux. This was expressed macrocosmically as the periodic outpourings of astral impurities on the earth, periods of psychic crimes and iniquities, or of regular moral cataclysms. See the Theosophical Glossary of Blavatsky under Mabul. 78 also equals Kilak, or Kaf Lamed Cheth Kaf, licking up or drinking, an integral part of the formula. In the phrase, time of the hellbird, time is used in the sense of woman's time. The kalas or colors are symbolized by the peacock, a zootype of Shaitan. The manifestations of the kalas ensue upon the application of the alchemical formula of the 11th degree OTO. The bird kalas are relevant to Set in this context, and so are the bird karmas. The horn is the phallus of Set, typifying the forepart of the Great Bear constellation. It would take us too far afield to enter here into the astronomical aspects of this symbolism. This has been treated in depth by Gerald Massey, whose work is indispensable to an understanding of the Typhonian tradition. Hell is the Egyptian Amenta, a type of the subconsciousness. See Liber Aleph, Crowley, chapters 124, 128, 129, and 139. The hellbird as a winged entity from the subconsciousness, past karmas, chimes with the psychic solution of the UFO enigma advocated by Keel, Vallée, and others. But the wisdom of Shilba contains the actual formula of the bird's evocation, or flying objects. The adept is counseled to imbibe the kalas of Isis via the 11th degree, at the time of the magical sleep when the priestess is entranced and active in hell, because at such times she resembles a corpse. The symbolism of the formula has marked affinities with also with that of the Kurla cell, formulated by Jeffrey D. Evans and Ruth Keenan. See Rites of the Mummy. See next volume in the series. The symbolism of the formula suggests to some practitioners a form of necrophilia. The illusion is enhanced by the presence in the holy house. The illusion is enhanced by the presence in the holy houses of the dead of the beetle, with accompanying backdrop of vultures and the tomb bats which reputedly drink the blood of Isis. The Zos Kia zone, the backward darkness or the outer darkness, 225 or 72, and the desert of Set complete the scenario. 72 is the number of Lama, which signifies the superior or higher one, the one from outside. Outside what? 72 is the number of spaces of 5 degrees contained by the zodiac. The implication is that the Lam, is beyond these spaces. The Temple of Isis is mentioned in verse 2, 19, 66. 66 is the mystic number of the shells, UFOs, and of Tutulu. See chapter 2. This verse contains emphatic indications that the thumb, tower, Teton symbolism conceals the formula for invoking the Qliphoth through the outer gateway that is here likened to the hair of Nuit, through which shrieks the god. Cf. Hrilyu, the shrill scream of orgasm which occurs in the worship of Nuit. See Liber 15. The wind that cools her mass refers to an alchemical process applied to the first matter of the work. In a ritual performed in New Isis Lodge, the manifestation, transition, and mutation of the kalas occurred with dramatic force, as the working contained some of the features essential to evocations involving the Mav zone. It is described here to illustrate the kind of formula peculiar to the wisdom of Shilba. The account that follows has been based upon the Annals of New Isis Lodge, section 1961. The lodge was prepared for an invocation of Isis, a golden throne situate at the north end of the temple. The priestess wore a veil of yellow samite which fell to her toes. The side wings held in the talons of 2 vulture-like images on either side of the throne. A brazier burned in the center of the temple between 2 pillars which formed part of a pyramidal structure at the southern end of the temple. The pyramid and the throned priestess together displayed a diamond-shaped figure with the flame at its center. The side of the pyramid facing the throne was inscribed with characters from a grimoire pertaining to the 29th tunnel of Set. The back of the pyramid contained a small door inset slightly above ground level. The object of the rite was to release from the pyramid a spirit that had been cast into it during a new moon working. A barely audible piping wove, like the incense smoke from the brazier, a vaguely drifting and sinister sound. The priestess appointed entered from the east for the purpose of intoning the license to depart. See Magic by Crowley, page 254. He approached, arms raised, to begin the ritual of the pyramid. At precisely that moment, a large bird flew through the open window, which should have been closed, set high in the north wall, and circled the lodge room, settling eventually on the truncated apex of the pyramid. The sudden intrusion completely disrupted the flow of magnetic energy beaming from the priestess to priest. As the metal arm of the window beat against the wall, the priestess awakened and fixed upon the bird a piercing gaze. The bird returned it, rose to the ceiling, then plummeted earthward. Before one of the assistants was able to deflect its fall or pull aside the brazier, it dove headlong into the flames and died, squealing raucously, its plumage shedding a cloud of flaming feathers. The lodge master had the presence of mind to assume the form of Harpocrates. The priest remained poised before the pyramid, hands raised in mute orison. There was commotion within the pyramid, and from the black exit shot a snake of light which passed through the open window, trailing in its wake a veil of colored bubbles. According to the priestess, whose account later formed part of the lodge annals from which this description is taken, one of the globes lingered. It did not pass with the rest, but floated down to the throne I had just vacated, and within its translucent interior I saw myself lying upon a bier, ornate with strange forms. Her golden veil lay as a mist beneath her, and a huge bird suddenly cast over her a deep shadow which settled almost palpably on the naked white body, its claws entangled in a mass of her hair. The shrieks of the creature, combined with her own, accompanied the flight of a veritable hell bird, as, rising as one form, their Yab-Yum burst the bubble and bathed the temple in a fantastic glow. When the priestess awoke from her dream, the dead bird in the brazier was all that remained of the night's events, apart from the strange colors. These were observed also by the lodge master, the priest, and 2 acolytes. Although it is impossible rationally to account for this episode, it is a fact that the priestess, whose name was Margaret Leasing, was endowed thereafter with her faculty of clairvoyance greatly enhanced. This later enabled her to provide the author with the curious history of a 17th century witch, whose activities throw much light on the Typhonian tradition, that is the subject of these trilogies. In this sense, the working proved to be of incalculable value. Details of the witch's life have been worked into a novel, Against the Light, not yet published. The foregoing episode has been recounted at length as an example of the way in which the wisdom of Silba receives confirmation by means of workings which, as has been made clear in Hecate's Fountain, result sometimes in unexpected tangential manifestations peculiar to the Mauve Zone and its unpredictable influences. Perhaps in this particular case, the expression "time of the hellbird" was allegorized in a manner permitting of a logical exegesis of the text. To return to the wisdom, the sigils embodying karmas in reversion were difficult to capture, but one of them resembled closely the ideogram published in the text of Aleister Crowley in The Hidden God, page 136. 2:42:89. Yet from Shilba proceed these sigils. From this point does the line proceed as the wine of Sets arises from the fountain of Hecate. In the previous verse, Shilba is identified with the virgin or unawakened one, the priestess in her magical sleep. In the present verse, her sigilizing Shaktis, powers, are inferred as identical with the Kalas of Hecate. It would appear that these sigils for surpassing gateways, the gateway to the past and the future, the inner and the outer, are formulated during sexual magic performed with the 11th degree or night side Shaktis. The number 42 does indeed denote the Dark Mother, the mother unconscious or sunk in the magnetic sleep. It is the number of Chedal, Hades, or Amenta. 89 is Goff, or Guff, shut up, sealed, in the word Goff. This is also the name of a gateway as shown in the Book of the Secret of the Gate of Goff, which was transmitted to Frederik Ossick in one of the tunnels of Set during a lodge working in 1957. 89 is also Dum Me, or Daleth Mem Mem He, silence, the silence indicated by Eem, or Yod Mem, the lunar current of the 11th degree OTO. Crowley called it the wrong kind of silence, that of the Black Brothers. See Liber 777, page 25, or XXV, Roman 25. No doubt because his interpretation of the 11th degree comported homosexual formulae. The fallacy of such an interpretation has been demonstrated in various places in these trilogies. 89 is also the number of Kingu, the leaders of the minions of the Ancient Ones. Necronomicon, Schlenderkraft Recension, I think, or whatever that is, but page 156. In chapter 2, verse 43, 90, the thumb or phallic power stirs the kalas, while within, i.e. on the inner planes, the perfume of the sweetly scented lady, Silva or Shilba, announces the onset of the colors indicative of a change of dimension. John Keel has explained the color changes observed when UFOs materialize and dematerialize. The colors are associated with the superspectrum of electromagnetic energies, activated in the magical sleep of the priestess. The number 43 is the number, according to some cults, of the Suvasinis engaged in the full rite of the Kaula or Kala circle. It is also a number of orgasm, especially the male. Liber 777, page 25. And of mage, or Mem Gimel, a mage or magician. 90 is Zadi, a fishhook, implying a connection with the deep ones. And of Dov Mem, or Daleth Vav Mem Mem, very silent. See remarks supra on the word Dame, or Dame. Min, or Memnon, is also 90. It means the memorial, the period of illness, a liquid measure, and the Syrian moon goddess Meni. All of which notions indicate the periodic flow of liquid in the silent or sleeping phase of the priestess. 90 is the sum of the initials, Nil, or New Isis Lodge, of Mim, or Mem, water, Mem Yod Mem, the mystical blood, and of Kani, or Kani, her priests. In the present context, the wine and the fountain of Hecate indicate the oceanic aspect of the formula. This is confirmed in the next verse, 2:44-91, where the actual movement of the change becomes apparent in the sigil as a deeply moving current in the wine, followed by a reference to the silence, or Parkrat, Set, achieving apotheosis outside the tree of life. That the wine is blood is unequivocally confirmed in the verse 44, the number of Dam, or Dem, Daleth Mem, blood in Hebrew, and of the eagle scorpion, which is a glyph of the Ophidian current. 91 is the number of Man, Mem Aleph Nun, the power of a Shakti, of whom is the power of the Ancient Ones, the Shakti which is described as the Covenant. See the Necronomicon, page 166. It is the covenant identified with Set, and it is to be displayed in the great day of Ma'at, or M-A-A-T. See Liber Osh Vel Capricorni Pneumaticae or Pneumatici in Magic by Crowley, or Liber 370. 245.92. As the yantra flows from the genitalia of the priestess, so flows the mantra from the lips of the image. The image is the priestess, is the embodiment of the imagination. The I mage is the will. The image is the will, vibrating in unison with the energy traced by the movement of the sigils. This pours within the temple of Bel, which means that the sigils manifest their energies in the terrestrial biosphere. Then follows a great mystery, 243.93. If the magus utters the supreme word, if the priestess weaves the ultimate sigil, a star would fly the skies and fall ever earthward. The star is identified by the verse number 46 as the star of Mu, the star of the eon of disturbing dreams. Mu is a synonym of Lemuria, and its number is also that of Hali, the abode of an ancient one named Hastur. Hali, formerly a lake, became a desert, now known as the Gobi Desert. See Illuminatus by Shea and Wilson, Part 2, pages 215 through 216. Skirting a great city in the lost civilization of Carcosa. The serial number 93 explains the presence here of the old ones. No more. This may imply that further information concerning the nature of the eon is not in this place, and at this time being developed. On the other hand, chapter 2, verse 47, 94, could with equal likelihood apply to the basic vibration Om, Aleph, Vav, Mem, or to the formula of Guf, Vide Supra concerning the number 89. 89 plus 5. Note that 94 is the number of Zod, or Zadi Daleth, the adversary from the Egyptian root Set, also the adversary. The verse following refers to the conflagration associated with the end of the Aeon of Horus. The movement of that metabasis incarnates in the line as a deeply moving current in the wine. The silence culminating in ecstasy beyond manifests not, for form may not match its wonder. 92.45. Even as the line flows, purposeless, pure, so flows the word that its movement vibrating on the lips of the image within the temple of Bel. 93.46. Should that word at last explode, a star would fly the skies and fall ever earthward. 94.47. No more. 95.48. The very self attained, the bell splits asunder and flares again the awful fire in elder eons. 96.49. Should the word burst forth, he that heard it would flame at the last in glory, a winged spout of fire engulfed in outer darkness. He would not return again, he would not be again. Was he ever in the process of becoming? Silba exists alone, and self exists not but to become that purity, purposeless and free. That is the fulfilling of itself in the realm of Aosic. So just going back to read what that said. Chapter 16, Kabbalahs of Silba, Part 1. Running as a thread through the ostensibly magical fabric of the wisdom is the mystical doctrine of the attainment of Shilba, through the bliss of non-mobile becoming. This bliss is in no way touched by the wreck and rack of worlds, or the mere passing of eons. If this is not understood, the reader will be oppressed by the implications of this transmission. The point is made clear in the ultimate verse of chapter 2, whose abode is beyond the Mav zone. The serial number 95 of verse 48 is that of the Dakini. These are demoniacal female entities hostile to humanity. They are haunters of graveyards, which indicates the necromantic formula already discussed. The Dakini appear, as do the Euphonauts, in human or non-human guises. 95 is the number of He Mem Nun, the planet Venus, traditionally associated with the Great Old Ones. But as Adamski has hinted, see George Adamski, The Untold Story by Zinstag and Good, the planet itself is but a symbol for influences from outside. It is well to bear in mind, in connection with cosmic cataclysms, that 95 indicates the waking world. The implication being that these catastrophes are confined to the states of duality. They do not involve the states of formless consciousness beyond. We now turn to chapter 3, where in verse 5, 106, the thumb concentration is resumed. The number 5 is basic to the magic of the Old Ones. See At the Mountains of Madness by Lovecraft. Being the number of He, the window or opening through which they manifest. It is significant that the Sanskrit letter Ma is equivalent to 5, and is connected to the deep ones via Capricorn, the Makara. For the 5 M's or Makaras, see Cults of the Shadow. According to Kenneth Mackenzie in the Royal Masonic Cyclopedia, M stands as the definite numeral for an indeterminate number, which may explain its application to the Old Ones and to the Eon of Ma'at. 5 is also the number of Jeb or Gimel Beth, the booth or brothel which typifies the Egyptian Kep, the Typhonian sanctuary or concealed place. So essentially his whole thing about Kep and Kepsh in the thigh, it makes me think of this whole complex essentially in Persephone regarding not just the mermaid, but what he calls the blonde, and this lady at like a bar where from the waist down she's like something's different, and she represents essentially being not only the barrier but the guardian of the underworld essentially, but the Typhonian sanctuary or concealed place. In the cosmic Kabbalah, 5 is the number of the outer ones. In the terrestrial Kabbalah, it is the number of woman, the priestess, in her dark or indeterminate phase. 106 is a number of death, being none, which comports the necromagical formula of the Adepti of Lang. It also denotes the gate forgotten by which the ancient ones ever seek entrance to the land of the living, which is a way of saying that the old ones seek entry into the waking state of man's consciousness, thus materializing on this planet. But more importantly, 106 is the number of Nun, the fish, a zootype of the deep ones. It is the number also of Amenta. So yeah, that's what I was forgetting. Amenta. The hidden land, hence the mauve mist. So also the pool where like lotuses grow. The combination of notions expressed by these numbers, 5 and 106, resumes the doctrine expressed in 2:11:58, and presents the vitally important fact that the magical manipulation of the thumb coagulates the mist that veils from terrestrial vision the mysteries of the Mav zone. The whirling knots suggest the disks or eggs on the point of materialization from the chaotic plasma composing that zone. In the verse that follows, 3:6, 107, the whirlings or agitations within the mist vanish, leaving a differenceless crimson ocean from which uprears the Tower of Koth. The chaos may denote chaos or Cheth Eos, Aleph Ayin Shin or Semek, the grail depicted in the sigil of Aosic. So the letter or kala, Cheth, 8, is the letter ascribed to the grail, and 8 is the number of Isis. Note that in 3:4, 105, Aosic is described as that old one. The mist obscures perpetually the gaze of the non-initiate. 6 is the number of the sun. Jeffrey Evans has demonstrated that the letters of Vav, 6, when sigilized, conceal the averse pentagram. Vav plus, essentially, I guess, He, pentagram, the hexagram and the pentagram being 11, implying that the child is Set. 107 is a number of Iblis or Eblis, the devil of the Moorish sorcerers, and an anagram of Silba or Shilba. It is also the number of Ma'ayan and of Nu Maat, the complement of Nu Isis. But above all, 107 is Bitsa in Hebrew, an egg, which elucidates the nature of the whirling knots mentioned in the previous verse. This is again confirmed by oval, Ayin Vav Aleph Lamed. 107, also an egg, but having special reference to AL chapter 2 verse 76 of the Book of the Law, and the cipher RPSTOVAL. The egg recalls the cranium of lamb. Note that 107 is a reflex minus the cipher of 71, the number of lamb. The cipher itself is the egg. 17 is the number of the path of the star associated with the sword, symbols of the Eon of Zain. See outside the circles of time. And so also lamb being 71, or lamb, plus the way is also 107, which I've said before. But so there is a Tamil word, ulam, meaning consciousness. So again, in bubbles, the symbolism of the bubbles and like Brahma symbolism in mythology, the Samudra drop essentially, meaning consciousness, which is identified, and I guess identity itself, which is identified by initiates with the Akasha, egg of spirit, symbolized by a black egg, and located between the cranium and the brows. Ulam is the pure mind, or mind free of thought. And again, thought. So it's all like recursive. Equated with reflected light and symbolized by the moon. See Talks with Sri Ramana Maharshi, page 654. 107 is the number of Beli Than, the ancient Bel, or Bel the Old One. Bel, like the dragon, essentially, is what it makes me think of, and it's essentially the dragon egg. The suffix Than denotes the draconian nature of Bel. These numbers and verses reveal a profound interrelation of ufological lore, the lore of Lamb, the secret ciphers of Librael. The differenceless crimson ocean suggests the unruffled crimson desert known to the Arabs as El Dana. The Tower of Koth is alluded to by Lovecraft, and the word Kotha appears in Liber Samek, which contains what Crowley considered to be the most powerful magical evocation extant. Magic Appendix 4. Koth or Kotha is therein defined as the Hollow One, i.e. the yoni, the magical gateway to other dimensions. Again, 107 is the number of Kaaba, or Kaf Beth He, something hollow and arched, the woman's vulva, from the Arabic el-Kuba, which supplies our expression cubbyhole. In the rites of Bel Peor, the Kadeshet, or priestess, offered themselves in a peculiar bower or small arched tent called a Kaaba, or Cuba. See Ancient Pagan and Modern Christian Symbolism by Thomas Inman, page 127. Koth is defined by Lovecraft, in the case of Charles Dexter Ward, as the sign that dreamers see fixed above the archway of a certain black tower standing alone in twilight. Twilight, a synonym of the mauve zone. So Koth, its number, 426, is the sum of 93 and 333, both of which numbers denote Shilba, or Silba, or both. So yeah, i.e. as Silba and Shilba, the distinction with the Samek and Shin. It is also the number of Kadath, the cold waste, associated in the Necronomicon with the plateau of Lang, and with Lam. 426 is Devourer, the rich fisherman, a title applied to wardens of the Grail inherent in the symbolism of the Great Seal of the OTO, and in the seal of Aosic. See comment to verse 3:6, 107 Supra. As Kutha, Katha is 427. Kutha is defined in the Necronomicon as the dwelling place of the spirits of the dead. The word suggests a connection with Cthulhu, who lies not dead but dreaming in the sunken city of R'lyeh. The sign fixed above the archway recalls the sigil above the Kuba, or Cuba, in the formula of dream control delineated by Austin Spare in the portrait of the Water Witch. See Images and Oracles of Austin Osman Spare, plate 31. It is noteworthy in this connection that a rainbow bisects the picture and separates from the human forms to the east of the red band the sigils which lie on the other side, west, of the ultraviolet spectrum. Red is the kala of manifestation, mauve or violet of dematerialization. The design shows clearly Spare's awareness of the color stages involved in passing from one dimension to another. The mechanics of the formula are elaborated in Against the Light. It is evident that Koth relates to the eon of disturbing dreams, mentioned in the comment to 246.93. As the silent sentinel in 3.7.108, the tower is accorded sentience, emphasizing its hollowness and identification with the yoni, the source of all sentient symbols. Notice, too, the appearance of the number 718, which is the number of the stela of Ankh Nakhonsu. Note that 491, a number of Katha, see Liber Samek, is also the number of Maneb Senmet, the father of Ankh Nakhonsu. The androgynous nature of the tower is here demonstrated. And 491 is also a very Ophidian number because it's also Sabazios and a few other things having to do with serpents and and of the great old one, Aosic Iwas. The vortex of negation, the whirlwind that threatens the tower and would bring to naught the dreams it generates. In response to the impact of this pressure from outside, there is a massing in the tower of the specters of awareness. These will eventually bring down the tower, Trojan horse fashion. When awareness of Shilba, merely spectral in the early stages, shatters ultimately the delusive dreams tossed off by the thumb in the moon circle. Shortly after the massing of the Shortly after the massing of the specters, the mind breaks open. 3:10-111. And the tower crumbles. 3:11-112. The number 112 may yield a clue. It points at Tekeli Li, the word of unknown but terrible significance connected with the Antarctic and screamed eternally by the gigantic spectrally snowy birds of that malign region's core. Lovecraft after Poe in At the Mountains of Madness. The adept is advised slowly to withdraw from the symbol of power, i.e. the thumb tower complex, 3:14-115. And to bridge the parapet of spiderwebs spanning the night black gulf, 3:15-116. 15 is the reciprocal number of 666. 15 is the number of the house or Atu of the devil. The point is made here with reference to the number 116, a number of some importance in the magical career of Frater Eosic, who received this wisdom. The ideas connected with it reveal unequivocally the identity of the night black gulf, with the night side of the tree of life. 116 is MBOD, or Mem Beth Ayin Daleth, without, outside, signifying here the range of terrestrial consciousness as expressed by the Sephiroth and paths. It is also the value of the letters Satali, or Satalie, which Summers mentions. La Gouffre de Satali, the whirlpool that swallows everything that is poured into its mouth. Whatsoever falleth therein by chance, or is drawn down by it, is lost beyond all redemption. In The Vampire in Europe, page 97. And which suggests a black hole in space. 116 is also Mem Kaf Vav Nun, or Makun, Makavan, from an Egyptian root denoting interior as the interior abode. It refers explicitly to the house or dwelling of God. Furthermore, 116 is Kilena, Kilena, applied by the Dogon tribe to the tree of crucifixion, thus the place of the crossing. These concepts denote specifically the night black gulf which sucks into the within of the great without the souls that stray into its ambience. 116 is one less than Gadam, desolation, or Gimel Daleth Ayin Mem, and then the vortex of negation associated with the stela of Ankaf Nakansu, 3:7-108. The spider's web aligns the symbolism with the current of voodoo, Obeah, which informs the secret book, Akbish. Kovri Akbish, the spider's web, equals 718. Kaf Vav Resh Yod, Ayin Kaf as a K, Beth Yod Shin, the number of the stela of revealing, the abomination of desolation. It is also the number of the phrase in desolationem per nefandum, into desolation through or by abomination, which indicates directly the unspeakable or wordless eon of Zain, discovered in the 29th tunnel of Set. The masks of our former selves or incarnations are seen to be faceless like the god with the black paws. The selves had no individuality, no true identity. They were mere concepts, entities. The faceless god with black paws suggests Nyarlathotep. Necronomicon Gnosis, see Lovecraft, who in turn recalls the grim jester of the tarot, who can assume any identity and therefore has none. The black paws are tokens of the sinister atavisms wherein he rends and devours those who believe in his reality. His blackness negates attempts to attribute to him characteristic marks or masks. 3:16, 117 concerns the masks assumed by the self in its incarnations, which, because they occur in a temporal context, necessarily so, for they are serial, are unreal. It is plain from verses 20 and 21 that the masks assume definite features only when there is a will, a purpose, i.e., an ego manifesting. This occurs inevitably when the realization of Shilpa is incomplete, or, as the text has it, only when particles of self emerge as isolated specters, i.e., the state of Bel Eosic. Bel, or Bella, is the copula, the manifesting link between noumenon and phenomena, self and its objects. See in this connection observations on the first chapter of Shilpa, chapter 14. But when the notion of duality, which is the ego, is destroyed, the central star, or true will, remains. In the inner, this star is the 7-rayed lamp of the AA, Sirius Set. In the outer, it is the 11-rayed star of the occult Typhonian order. Verse 322, 123, suggests the one star in sight, which, as I star in sight, displays the initials of Isis. The numbers 7 and 11 equal 18, which denotes her active principle. But Shilpa abides alone and beyond these phenomenal expressions of Ilya Bel Eosic. Verse 328, 129 introduces the concept of the not man who appears as woman. 28 is the mystic number of Netzach, the power zone attributed to Venus, and the path attributed to the deep ones. It is also the number of Cheth Kaf, from the Egyptian Kek, throat, gullet, internal parts of the mouth, and the number of Zak, Sirius Set, Great Bear Typhon, the abode of forgotten dreams. Woman in this context is again the Suvasini, or priestess, who in her magical sleep forms the gateway to the outer. Sex embraces these concepts, because sexual magic is the mechanism whereby contact is established with the shells and UFOs, alluded to in verse 3, 5, and elsewhere. The image of the androgyne, evoked in 329, 130, erupted the end of the 19th century in artistic and occult movements. It was celebrated, for instance, by Péladan. Its true occult significance has not hitherto been clarified. The androgyne contains the complete formula for manifesting monsters, and for enabling those from outside to infiltrate the terrestrial atmosphere. 129 is a number of Al-Azif, the original Arabic title of the Necronomicon. The key to the formula is given in 330, 131, where the method of transmogrification is revealed. When the priestess embraces the shadow from outside, she becomes the gateway. It is at this point, and at precisely this moment only, that the priestess becomes Adhikari, for congressus cum daemon, the Maithuna that opens the ultimate gateway through which the magician soars to the double star, Sirius Set and the Great Bear Typhon. The number 130 is that of Ion, as well as Aeon, but a number of Bel corresponding to Pan. The word Ion also means a howling one of the desert. The word Goetia, title of a grimoire of non-human speech, also means howling. The word Pan is derived from the Egyptian On, the ape, the type of speech that preceded human language and provided a basis for it. The ape symbolized the lunar deity Tot, the earlier form of Set Anubis or Bel Setek. The sacred ape with its howlings marked the monthly periods of time, and 130 is the number of Lamni, or Lamed Mem Nun Yod, which denoted the number, the moon, the heavens, or space. Ion is also the dove, see the great seal of the OTO, and the wren of the Druids, of the mysteries, and we have in the number 131 sure indication of the Typhonian nature of these concepts. Samael, 131, is the serpent that begat Cain upon Eve before she had intercourse with man, i.e. Adam. Eve thus communicated to man the alien non-human virus. It is recorded in Talmudic lore that Samael abode a long time with Eve. She bore him many children which were not in human likeness. Samael is Satan, the guardian of the threshold of the Mav zone. He is also associated with the Qliphoth of Hod, the power zone of magic, which explains the formula of the mercurial androgyne for Hod balances Netzach, Venus, by the power of the tower. Furthermore, Hod receives from the sun, Tifereth, the influence of the devil. 131 is also Baphomet as Beth Pe Mem Tet, as well as Pan, Pe Aleph Nun, and Mako, Mem Aleph Kaf Ayin, son of Typhon, and Ion, Aleph Yod Ayin Nun. According to Gabalis, I guess the Comte de Gabalis, Ion is connected with Ani, vital force, even as Netzach receives the vibrations of death via the path of death, Atu 13, path 24. Samael also signifies the venom of God. In the Meashan Gnosis, 131 denotes Malaton, the moondark mass of Ma'at, a concept which involves considerations of Malat and Talam, in connection with which the reader is referred to the works of Nema, and see Outside the Circles of Time and Beyond the Mav Zone. Between the stars, she achieves Ilya Bel Eosik beyond the clouds of terrestrial consciousness. 3:31, 132. An explanation of this verse may be sought in the work of Elizabeth Van Buren, which the reader should consult for valuable insights. See in particular Land of White Waters. So see, I couldn't remember if he actually did mention her by name, or if they were just, if her book, like that book, was just in the bibliography of either this or the Ninth Arch. It could be in the Ninth Arch too, but her books are important, but they were hard to get. The number 132 is 93 plus 39, and the number of the verse, which equals Kabbalah, or Kaf Beth Lamed, to receive, in the sense of transmission, and Balak, to lay waste, and Lakab, to curse, which is connected with the woman's curse. And basis, essentially, but Beth Samet Yad Samek, a fountain. I thought it said foundation, but a reference to the curse of Hecate. So, in her side, the Babylonian god of chaos, Mumu, also has the value of 132. So it can also be 362. These notions identify the magical provenance of the current informing the wisdom of Shilba, or Silba. The later mention of a dark star visible from Earth suggests Satania, which, according to the Book of Urantia, is situated in the constellation of Norlatiadek, one of the 100 constellations of the local universe of Nebadon. See Messengers of Deception by Jacques Vallée, page 119. The connection with Satan is obvious. Nia recalls the mysterious word Kaf Nia of AL chapter 3, verse 72. It is the reflex of Ain and indicates the use of the 11th degree formula. This dark star may be the invisible counterpart of the one star in sight, or Isis, which Crowley gave as a title to his essay of the structure of the Order of the Silver Star, Argentium Astrum, which is, as previously shown, Sirius. The dark star, Satania, could therefore signify the son of Isis, Set, or Hor-Par-Krat. For the essence of this doctrine, see Aleister Crowley in The Hidden God. In verse 333, 134, the phallus is identified with the heart of the dark star. Now in 34, 135, the yoni is described as a star built inwards. Rotating on its molten core, it grips the yod and feeds the vampire flame. The surface sense is plain, but it is not complete. We are here confronted with the involved and controversial doctrine of the soullessness of woman, which has had such catastrophic effects on cultures, ancient and modern. Crowley touches briefly on the problem in Magic, page 265, and in the comments on Liber AL. We do not intend to add fuel to the controversy. Our concern is with a magical formula, nothing more. The verse number 34 is that of Al-Ab, or Aleph Lamed, Aleph Bet, God the Father, and of Aditi, the mother space coeval with darkness. The fact is, and it is a demonstrable magical reality, that the priestess becomes, in her magnetic sleep, the matrix for ensouling energies of other dimensions. At this stage of the rite, she is not male or female, but neither. The state of neither that gives birth to the not human that cannot speak its name. See the formula of the androgen, neither one nor the other. Verse 336, 137, and 37, 138 concern a complex doctrine that cannot here be elaborated. It refers to the question of the word of the eon which Crowley claimed to have uttered, but which, as Frater Akkad has plausibly argued, he failed to do, for reasons explained in Cults of the Shadow, Chapter 8. See also Chapter 2 of the present book. The number 37 signifies the manifestation in visible form to man of God's truth. It's also Adi Buddha, which that makes me kind of think of. Truth, aletheia in Greek, is 64, the perfect form of truth, ma'at. 64 is the perfect number of matter or manifestation. In its fully materialized form, i.e. 464, or Tau Samek Daleth, it is equated to He, or Eta Mater, so the mother. In this context, the priestess awakened on the other side of the doors of sleep. The number of the preceding verse, 36, is that of the Igigi, or Igigi, or Yod Gimel, Yod Gimel, Yod. There is an allusion in the Necronomicon, page 6, to the dread doors of the Ezonai, the forbidden realm of the foul Igigi. It is implied furthermore that the votaries of the Ophidian current who worship when the star Draconis is at its zenith are of the zone of the Igigi, or Igigi, or Igigi, as are the votaries of the dog and the goat, Sirius and Capricornus. 36 is also the number of the circle, the female par excellence. It is noteworthy that 464 is 418 plus 46, numbers respectively of Aiwass and Mu, or Ma'at. It is also the number of Bhutan, a Sanskrit word meaning earth or land, Bu, of the dragon, Tan. The country known as Bhutan happens to be the sole remaining terrestrial focus of the rites of the Drukpa or dragon cult. which here he spelled it Drupka, but see Hecate's fountain. The number 138 is that of Bab al-Mandeb, the gate of hell. And so it's funny because 138 is also Aiwass, but it's also atomic. Oops. It makes me think of like the atomic age, but it's also alchemical. So the alchemical nature of the atomic age, and 831 is 138 backwards, but 831 is also not only Parzival, but which all of that's kind of related, but also, what was it? The phallus, essentially, the pyramid, or no, it's not Pyramidos, but it's either Pyramidos or Pyramus. I don't remember. But the number 138 is that of Bab al-Mandeb, the gate of hell. These verses are followed by a reference to the coming of Lamb's egg. The egg and its shell denote ufological phenomena. The first and the last whirling refer to the mechanics of appearance and disappearance of the space capsule or egg. This is achieved soundlessly, 340-141, and the hum vibration is compared to the cry of the whippoorwill, a bird traditionally associated with crossing over from one dimension to another, as in the transition called death. It also presages the advent or proximity of the Ancient Ones. Vision fails when the bird whirls beyond the spectrum restricted to the range of human awareness. Beyond that spectrum revolve the children of Isis, typified by the revolution of the 7 stars of the goddess, or Great Bear constellation. The verse number 41 is that of DBLH, or Daleth Beth Lamed He, a circle. It is also the number of the unawakened mother, i.e. the priestess in her magical sleep, and of the 41-lettered spell for opening the door to the Outer Ones. The spell is given by Lovecraft in The Call of Cthulhu. The serial number 142 is that of Lamal, or Lammal, or Lamed Aleph Mem, Mem Aleph Lamed, a palindrome that expresses the hidden current of the cult of Lam, as the transmitter to Al of La via Ma, 41. The reference is not only to the Eon of Maat, or Ma'at, usually considered as superseding that of Horus, Al, but to the children of Isis, verse 41. But 142 is also a number of Belial, meaning without God, i.e. without or outside Al, which again indicates the transcendence of the Eon of Al, or again the front side essentially of the tree of life. The sense indicated in 342-143 has already been explained. The priestess at this stage of the rite is not female, nor is she male. The word for gods in ancient Egyptian was neuter. The neuter, which is precisely the concept conveyed by the name Neith. Also the word neither. Neither male nor female, but containing the potential of both. And so not only is Neteru, the Neteru, the gods, but also neuter itself, neuter being essentially neither. This is why the ever-coming one, the Har, or Horus, is always symbolized by the child. That is, by an entity that is, magically speaking, neither male nor female. Har, the sun, is Horus, the child crowned and conquering, the ever-coming or immortal one. Its name is Set, or Hor-Parkrat, of whom Aiwass is the messenger. When woman is understood as Neith, or Nuit, she represents pure space, the entrance to the outer places. in the means of passage for the outer ones entering the terrestrial wave. 143 is the number of the English word not, of which Nuit is an embodiment. It is also the number of Nuzlim, or Nun Vav Zayin Lamed Yod Mem, running waters, which is the astroglyph of Nuit as Aquarius. The glyph depicts the double current which, as Isis, contains the twin child Set Horus, or Hurparkrat Rahurquit. 143 is also the number of Lamed Yod Cheth Mem Nun He, or Likmena, to conceive, and of the English word tongue, the magical instrument of Ma'at, whose letter is Pe. Pe means a mouth, or tongue. The Hebrew letter clearly shows the tongue, the mouth which utters the word of truth. Thus, Nuit Isis, or New Isis, and Ma'at are one. 143 is the sum of the numbers which appears in Al chapter 2 verse 76, a fact that may have extremely important implications for the Mayacian metaphysics. The cry that bursts forth from the egg of Lamb is a spiral call, and it is of no known ether. Verse 344, 145, indicates a formula applicable to the backward paths. The spiral suggests the vulture. This bird was said to have a spiral neck, Hor Apollon. Hence her word was skew-wise or reverse. And 145 is an interesting number, again being Tau He He, or the, away from, or 410 away from 400 or 555, and so it's like cone, I think, but it has a lot of different variations, but it's come up a lot, and it's also the reverse of 541, which has so many different things geometrically, but the fact that it's also it's like Lalita Sahasranamam, and this Sri Yantra, that's what this mist and all this stuff he's talking about, like the neuter, or essentially the goddess being on a higher dimensional thing. The Shiva Siddhanta, which again is 222, Shiva Siddhanta, but yet again the Kamakala Vilasa showing this whole thing about the Sarvananda Maya being essentially non-dual. It's kind of a paradox that's interesting, but the feeder on the dead, so the spiral suggests the vulture, feeder on the dead. In yantric terms, the spiral is a form of the maze, which some writers, notably Machen, equate with an averse or evil force. 44 is the number of Zayin Beth Lamed He, or Zebla, the Tower of Heaven, cf. Koth. The next verse introduces the voids of Vith, which may be explored by responding to the spiral call. Or perhaps the mazes in space are created by that call. Tower and thumb are interchangeable symbols. The Tower of Heaven exudes the spectral space globule. The thumb exudes the vitality globule, or semen. But 44 also denotes Avicii, the cold hell, associated with Naraka, which, according to Blavatsky, is the black interval without sun or light for him who falls into it. From it, there is said to be no rebirth. It equates with the Satania complex described in connection with Shilba 3, verse 15. It is noteworthy that 416, a number of Avith, as Vav Yod Tau, is the number of the Arctic elder devil known as Tornasik. According to Lovecraft, Tornasek is said to bear a striking resemblance to certain hideous bas-reliefs typical of the Great Old Ones in appearance. 146, a metathesis of 416, was one of Lovecraft's special or magical numbers. Selected Letters of Lovecraft, Volume 5. To recapitulate, the call echoes in the voids of Vith. Although the location of Vith is uncertain, its numbers, 416 and 490, etc., 490 is a number of Koth as well, provide pointers. The call secretes a meticulous globule, probably a fully materialized UFO. The myriad globes, the bubbles that chatter in the sigil of the Master, 346, 147, recall the personal seal of the Master Therion, first reproduced as a frontispiece to the 4-part paperback edition, the original edition of Magic, Paris, 1929. The seal has since been reproduced in accurate color in Hidden Lore, and in black and white in the Magical Revival. Crowley did not comment on the globes. They appear also in connection with Yog-Sothoth, described in the Necronomicon as the gate to the outer places. Vith may therefore be one of the unknown ethers. From the egg emerges an insect whose drone is known. Crowley alludes, in comment to A.L., to a curious form of beetle that appeared at Boleskine in large numbers during his performance in 1904 of the sacred magic of Abramelin the Mage. See the book of that name translated by S.L. MacGregor Mathers. Perhaps this is the species mentioned by him. Crowley had sent a specimen for identification to naturalists in London. The species was new to them. During my stay with Crowley in 1945, he was still puzzled by this phenomenon. He drew a rough sketch of the creature and urged me to investigate it astrally. I quote from my magical record of that period. One of the buildings, seen in the astral working, gigantic, towering, emitted a dense vapor from an aperture at its base. Crawling through it, a vast humming concourse of insectival sentience, glowing with an indescribable intensity. Whether or not this has any relevance to the insect whose drone is known is uncertain. Verse 349, 150, contains a description of the sigil of Eosic, the globules being the testes formed by the shape of the serpents. Bel Eosic flows from the twin terminals of the Ophidian current represented by the active and passive poles. The serpents entwined about the legs of the pentalpha. See the magical seal of Eosic, especially Night Side of Eden, page 168. 49 is the mystic number of Venus, the planetary representative of the goddess of the 7 stars. Thus, 7 times 7. 49 is also the value of Golachab, the Qliphoth of Jabura, which emphasizes the Kalinian aspect of the goddess as raw energy, dangerous to an extreme. It is also the value of Vulva, Vav, Vav, Lamed, Vav, Aleph, the terrestrial gateway of her force. These concepts are strengthened by the number 150, which is the number of Pudenda, and of Oink, or Oyen, Ayin with a cough, thine eye. 150 is Saman, or Samek Mem Nun, the appointed place, a Hebrew word derived from the Egyptian Smen, which signifies the place of the 8 gods, i.e. the 7 luminaries of Typhon and her son Set. Here is a hint that the sigil of Eosic is a Typhonian glyph in some way connected with the invocation of these powers. Verse 352, 153, expresses, together with 118, the doctrine of non-mobile becoming and is the complement of the injunction there given. 18 is the formula of Isis in her dynamic aspect, composed of the 3 sixes, 666, or 3 times 6 being 18. It is the secret key of the beast. Here, as elsewhere, the term beast implies non-human entity. In its highest aspect as 324, or 18 cubed, it is identical with the supreme Shakti, or Shekinah, in Metatron. 324 is the number of divisions of the underworld, the Kirti, another number of which, 715, denotes the Nestora, or secret, in the sense of secretion. See Cults of the Shadow, Chapter 8. The word mother and Kaf Pe Tau Resh Yod He, or Kaptri, her globes, also Keturth, or Kaf Teth Vav Resh Tau, perfumed. These ideas comport the underlying doctrine of Shilba, or Silba, in its magical aspect, while the Tarodic attribution of the number 18 denotes the Grail itself as the path of Cheth. To return now to verse 352, 153. 52 is Ima, or Aleph Yod Mem Aleph, the fertilized mother. In the present context, the priestess awake on the inner planes. It is also the number of Bin, or Ben, Beth Nun, the sun, i.e. Set, and of Kala, or Kala, time, digit of the moon, the Kalas as they appear in the Typhonian Gnosis. 153 is Maria in Greek, the sea, and the number of fishes in the unbroken net, in John 21. 8 being the number of Isis, the process of salvation or translation from one dimension to another is achieved by the net. 2 Dicton, being 8 times 153, Ichthys fishes. Or Nuit, a magical appliance of the deep ones. 153 is the value of Eok Sakak, a spelling of Zaxar, or Yog-Sothoth, which, according to the Necronomicon, is the guardian of the other side. The number 153 is also of the highest mystical significance, and it's, I think, the sum of 1 through 17, the gnosis of which awaits adequate exposition. And so there's a lot to that comes to mind that I still haven't gotten into. 17, again, 1 through 17. 17 times 17 is very Tibetan, or it's like draconian, I guess you could say. But many teachings of the Tibetans are contained in this number. And so, like, so 289 plus 153 is Ma'at, or 442. I don't know. There's a lot that I wanted to mention. This whole thing being 79, post 79, 666 minus 79 is 587, which is the 107th prime number. And it's all these different things, like Yoga of the Dvaya Samaja Tantra, the title by Alex Wayman, which itself is just a little memory thing, but there's so many different things that book kind of I had to prepare for, but I found out about it. One of the first Alex Wayman books I found was Calming the Mind and Discerning the Real, as well as Introduction to the Buddhist Tantrika Systems, but that book I couldn't really read or understand for a while. But slowly learning the various tantras and sutras, I had to kind of work my way through a few other tantras to understand what the so that's why I kind of read the Guhya Garbha, but the Guhya Samaja is, I believe it means like esoteric community, or secret community, or secret society, essentially. But it's kind of taking a while to get to. But the Havajra Tantra, Havajra is, I don't know, it's another variation, but kind of connected to the Chakra Samvara. Obviously, they're separate. I've had to kind of distinguish them slowly. I haven't even fully read them with intent yet, but I'm just trying to really separate all these things and see where to go. But yeah, the numerology kind of helps, I guess, as a scaffolding, at least, with some of these ideas and helping to memorize it and with the Kabbalah and all that. But yeah, this number, I've been fascinated with what he says about this number and needing more exposition. Because slowly, as I've read different things, like I want to read more fully this book, The Jonah Legend, in line with some of these like things, as well as Thomas Inman's books, which I finally obtained, his Ancient Faiths Embodied in Ancient Names. And anyway, I'm going to have to get into this slowly as I read. But alright, so this other interesting figure, I say interesting a lot, but I mean, she's like very complex, kind of just fun to study, how these things just get more complex. But Ushnisha Sitata Patra, with an extra T in this version that I had found it. There's also Sva Tantriya, sort of deeper concept, energy that emanates from the Supreme Paramashiva, a wave of motion inside consciousness that acts as the fundament of the world, or in another view, the original word. So Sva Tantriya with a Shin. With the Samek is 347. Again, it comes to mind this concept of this wave of motion being the spiral and this geometry of Austin Osman Spare. I think it's 347 is the verse that's sort of mentioned in. He said, dive through the cone. I dove. The cone depicted in the drawing by Zoss has its egg-shaped base pierced by the point of the second cone, which penetrates a further dimension. Spare distinguished this formula of translation from the mundane level represented by human faces and by women grossly inviting from a realm of alien geometries where human consciousness dissolves in pure awareness. As bidden, Frater Eosik dove through this cone. So this sort of interesting like this Grantian geometry comes to mind in 347. Grantian geometry being 666. Again, just how these broken shells come together. But yeah, these concepts have all come together in 587. Crypti Kamara, which is like the root of crypt, essentially, short for Crypti Kamara, hidden vault, cryptos. And I had found that another term for crypt or cryptos is grotto. Grottos, plural, would be 666. So again, the hidden base, the hidden chamber, the underground base, I mean. And Crypti Kamara being 587. Plural, like in the Crypti Kamara or the Crypti Kamaras would be 666. But again, it makes me think of camera obscura and hidden camera being 333. There's other sorts of things having to do with the lensing in 333 as well and how it could come together. But again, there's just so much to the triple numbers and the Kabbalah of 9 chambers. I had ended up finding out about how, like, gridiron, the etymology of grill is also kraticula, which is like a strange little, it reminds me of like a Hindu oven of some sort. It's not Hindu, it's probably Greek or something, but it seems like something they would have in India. But a Creticula, so it relates to Grail essentially as well. But which one was it? So yeah, Grill can be 273. So Grills, since usually there's more than one, is 333. And like Energy is 273. So it comes to mind like just that heat, that energy of the grill. But again, the gridiron, Creticula, Creticula is 273 as well, plural, 333. Gridiron, again, it makes me think of the Cabal of Nine Chambers, or like the calculator itself, the chambers being the gridiron. But, I don't know, the grill, grate, lattice, wickerwork makes me think of this rare book, A Grammar of Chinese Lattice Work, and that's kind of interesting. Grammar of Chinese Lattice, or Lattice, I guess. And it's a book that I came across recently. I don't have it, or I haven't read it, but you can find PDFs and whatnot. But it just shows that this lattice work concept, trellis, there's definitely like an interesting underlying geometry to it, and it makes me think of also Harold Bailey's work, A New Light on the Renaissance, which talks about how like there's codes and whatnot and ciphers in the printers marks and whatnot in books. But I do just wonder how much some of this is like a byproduct, not so much conscious, but just like a byproduct of our linguistics and actions and whatnot. Another form of Ravana, I think it was, I have to look it up again, 587. Ravaneshwaran, like a higher form of Ravana. Or Ravana. Yeah, Ravaneshwaran, an epithet of Ravana. So Ravana is essentially one of these enemies, I guess, and I think, I don't remember if it was the Ramayana, I'm sure it says right here. But Ravana, multi-headed demon king. Yeah, the Ramayana. And I couldn't remember if it was Rama who fights against him, or who exactly. Again, it's a lot to remember each one of these things. But he's essentially defeated, but there's certain things like Varana is the type of monkey that Hanuman is, Varana, but Vanara, and then Ravana, and it's weird because Ravana is like this embodiment kind of evil, but as Ravana simply is 259, that's yet another recurring number where in different languages similar things equate, and it's just strange. Like Hitler is 259. But then so is the Holocaust. Holocaust itself is 259. Volkishin. Doomsday, Kiloton. Just like strange stuff having to do with Rafli the Qliphoth of Resh, kind of goes with Ravana. Maharaja, Great King. So yeah, Maharaja is pretty telling as both Ravana and Vanara. Bharatam. Yeah, there's others, like it's it's where they kind of activate in how they play out anyway. It's just interesting that when you take certain terms, they will stand out. But plural Vanaras is 319. Survival. Grant even notes 319 is Kurukula, the red Tara, a form of Tara Dravamai, the savioress in liquid form. So, the power of this mantra pervades the sleeping mist, which veils the abyss, and as the following verse declares, burns curious holes in the fabric of space. Again, 319 is an interesting number because it's 11 times 29, but also the reverse of Brashith. And being the number of Mersha Eliad, it's interesting because of the whole the eternal recurrence. The eternal is also 319. Again, it could go on and on. But this, I didn't do really justice to what I see about this 587, and it being the prime number, the 107th prime number, but 79 away from 666, corresponding with. 587 is also 91 plus 496, which is Malkuth 1 through 31. And then 91, again, man, or Malak, Malak, I believe. Or Malak, yeah, M-L-A-K. So there's definitely something to do with this, like, if you want to call it the Holy Guardian Angel, or the... I see the 587 and 79, I see this jewel in the lotus concept. And so, again, the yoga, like the term of the book, or the name of the book, Yoga of the Guhya Samaja Tantra, which again is only, I think it only goes over 40 verses of the book, actually. And I have yet to get the esoteric, or the community practice, whatever it's called, actual translation and reprint and whatnot. But again, so I had to read the Guhya Garbha Tantra. I got the Kala Chakra Tantra, but I haven't read it yet or begun. The Hevajra, the Chakra Samvara. I even, without trying, got the Sarva Durgati Parisodhana Tantra, which goes with Niyam Gyalma, or the, what is it? Can't remember the Sanskrit Dharani name of it, but Ushnisha Vijaya Dharani. I haven't been practicing that. I've just been busy with this new job and moving. But anyway, one of the figures of the Guhya Samaja Tantra, I think the central figure is Akshobhaya Vajra. And he is essentially this blue, generally often blue, blue-black. So yeah, the central deity of Guhya Samaja is Akshobhaya Vajra. And it just so happens Akshobhaya Vajra. So yeah, maybe, I always forget if it's Shin or what. Akshobhaya Vajra. Maybe I'm wrong. So I guess I was 200 off. I thought Akshobhaya Vajra was 587. I could be off by like some sort of other thing, but I could have just got it wrong. There is Vigneshvara, which is a form of Vishnu. Vigneshvara. I knew that one. I was pretty sure Akshobhya Vajra was 587, but I guess not. Maybe I'm off by 60. Well, anyway, I was going to say Akshobhya Vajra was the form of the Guhya Samaja Tantra, so that would be an interesting overlap, but I could have, again, it just takes a lot of analysis to make sure. But again, 200 is the Kundalini. But anyway, I was just going to say that this Guhya Samaja Tantra of the secret society or community, one of the most important scriptures of Tantric Buddhism, consists of 17 chapters. I think only like the first 12 are printed in the common, if you were to go try to get it. There is this book, the Guhya Samaja Practice in the Arya Nagarjuna system, and it says volume 1, and I haven't found any indication that there's another volume. But there's these different studies of and mentionings of, like Yoga of the Guhya Samaja Tantra, A Lamp to Illuminate the 5 Stages, also in the Library of Tibetan Classics, Tsongkhapa talks about. So again, I just wanted to approach this, knowing it's too deep to get into right here. But again, Alex Wayman helps get towards it. His book, The Buddhist Tantras, also helps get necessary, foundations, I guess. And that's really what I'm trying to work towards. It's, I guess, fitting for the number. A foundational beginning start. One of the first books that started my quest into Prajna Paramita and its relationship with Ha'atz Chaim, the Tree of Life, and these numerical overlays and overlaps. Again, with the Labyrinth and Tracy Twyman's work, especially the Dragon Legacy, and what that sort of kindled with the references to the Tuatha De Danann and their possible relations to Hinduism, and just this general, I don't want to say fairy, but elven almost leprechaun-like connection between Ireland and not just Hinduism in India, but also just, again, this concept of Goloka and Krishna and this other dimension, this spiral gateway in a sense to these other hidden dimensions, and really the nature of time, the manifold or moving, folding nature of time, and this numerical quality of it. But also that brings to mind also this, the Suvarna Bhumi, or in Pali, Suvarna Bhumi, which is another 237, or 477, which again is this ne plus ultra concept, or plus ultra concept. It is ne plus ultra, though, which means there's nothing beyond. But 477, again, 300 less than 777, is a powerful formula, but it's Jampal spelled out or in full. So Yod, Aleph, Mem, Pe, Aleph, Lamed, which is Manjushri in Tibetan. And it's also his mantra, Om Arapakana D. And just many other things. Indra Raja, King Indra, Matrix Mandala, Existence and the Fall, Magnesia Lunari, which Tracy Twyman apparently mentions in Regnum and Potentia Part 1, which I read in, I think, post 77 or 76. Yeah, 77. I think, I can't remember, but yeah, 470 transcendental. There's something to this, the geometry at 477. God face to face in Genesis 32:31. The dove, Oth Hyuna, or Hyuna, yeah, Genesis 8:8. Beneath even the caverns of Set, where lie the nethermost cells. And where he was talking about the caverns of Set under the sands, he's essentially talking about these like magnetic shifting dimensions, if you want to call it that. But the Suvana Bhumi comes to mind, being this sort of mythological area, land of gold. Again, the Buddha land comes to mind. But yeah, I didn't really go into this book. I was just like kind of shocked that the title was 869, which is Thagirion, the Black Sun. And it has so much to do with the sun. There's a lot you could consider regarding that. The divine love of the sun. And what I said in Swedenborg, just all of that. Jesus, it needs to be kind of analyzed even further with all of this, especially Crowley's Liber 888, or the Gospel according to St. George Bernard Shaw or whatever. Anyway, yeah, I just wanted to kind of go back through some of this stuff. That's why I wanted to also read Outer Gateways, is because these like seemingly strange numbers like 237, 375, 587, 89, 94, 47, 347, they are keys essentially to little puzzle aspects of the puzzle or puzzle pieces. But anyway, chapter 17, Kabbalahs of Silba, part 2, the final chapter of the Wisdom, 4:158, guarantees the resurrection of the old ones, reconstituted from the dust. A profound doctrine is here implied. It concerns the ashes, see Liber Cheth, in Crowley's Magic, page 494, as it were a little heap of dust deposited with the guardian of the abyss, of the adept that repose in the urn in the city of the pyramids. This heap of dust is all that remains of those that cross the abyss, which divides the relative world of phenomena from noumenal, non-objective, absolute consciousness. The sleeping again shall awaken suggests the sleeper in the depths of the subconsciousness, or amenta relia. In the Necronomicon, this experience is symbolized by Cthulhu, or Tutulu, the lost or sleeping word of the Aeon of New Isis. This interpretation is substantiated by the allusion to the Titanic Island in 4:6 or 160, identifiable as R'lyeh. In this house at R'lyeh, dead Cthulhu waits dreaming. The column of flame suggests the Teho Lingam, identical with Aruna Chala. See chapter 10. The verse therefore combines the pinnacle of spiritual attainment, negative superconsciousness, with the depths of demonic nightmare, positive subconsciousness. The gold and the mauve in 4:8 or 162 is yet another reference to the column of fire, Aruna Chala. Aruna is red. Red and gold are synonymous in the ancient mysteries. Into the zone through which the adept has to path without sinking in the mauve morass. See A.L. chapter 1, verse 51. The empty throne is symbolic of absence and of the process of dematerialization of the egg or space capsule. 162 is the number of Atzub, or Ayin Zadi Beth, image or idol, representative of the female. In Egyptian, Aseb, seat or throne. Aseb being the typical seat or throne. The number of the verse, 8, is the number of Isis. It is also the number of Iao, OAI, which appears in Liber 418, the Book of the Vision and the Voice. See also considerations of the word Iao in Crowley's Magic, page 166, which appears in Liber 418 in Chants, associated with the Polynesian mysteries of Mu. Ponape is regarded by some authorities as the most promising locus of research regarding the lost civilization. And so again, that reminds me that lost in kingdom, so lost kingdoms is 666. So again, having to do with the catastrophe, the fact that in those hidden sands of time, there could be, or could have been, or could be in the future, various, geometries essentially, or parsings, breaking ups, or identifications essentially. 162 is also the number of Hilu Manju, a form of Hanuman, whose zootype is the ape. Hanuman is also 153. So again, the symbolism of Jesus, the accomplishment, like the symbolism regarding Hanuman of essentially moving mountains, may relate with Jesus. The Tibetans claim descent from Hilu Manju into Rakshasi, or female demon, which may account for the allusion in the present context to the Lama of Lang, Lang being considered as the astral counterpart of Tibet. The evidently incomplete exhortation, Be Gloriously Lost, 4-9-163, reminded Frater Eossic of a haunting line from George Barker's Kalama Terror, the gloriously lost in summer shade, just as instantly came the image, vividly evoked by Machen in The Great God Pan, of the marriage beneath the shade. These comments are not irrelevant. A certain strange miscegenation is the subject matter of both works. And although one is a poem and the other a tale of the macabre, and although their authors may seem poles apart, the symbols used are cognate. The number 9 denotes death and pregnancy, or nascent life. It is the value of Gimel Vav, the belly, or Gu, and of BBH, or Beth Beth He, aperture or cavity. It is also the number of Ob, the special fire of black magic. See also the Equinox 4, where Ob is defined as witchcraft, the false moon of the sorceress, page 113. While 163 is Nukaba, or Nun Vav Kaf Beth He, woman or wife, and of the fearful spirits who take possession of the body and dwell therein, the Ututu Zol, Necronomicon, page 49. These notions convey a sense of birth which is strengthened by the words of the following verse, You are becoming. Perhaps the number of the verse after that, i.e. 11, signifies the 11th hour, the 23rd by continental reckoning, the hour before the 24th. 24 is a number especially associated with the materialization of UFOs and monsters. See the works of John Keel. As if to balance the Ob, 9, Aleph Vav Beth, or 1 plus 6 plus 2, the number 11 denotes Odd, Aleph Vav Daleth, 1 plus 6 plus 4. The magical light as distinct from the astral light, so the outer versus the inner. The magical light is said to be in Doth, the 11th Sephirah. It is identical with the Kundalini of the Hindu philosophy, the Kwan Seon of the Mongolian peoples. It is the Ophidian current itself, the great serpent Leviathan, called evil to conceal its holiness. See the Equinox 4, page 89. Note that the serpent and the bride, 358 plus 496, meet in Thoth. Their union is a number of Tiamat, or Tiamat, and of Singak. It is said in the Necronomicon that when Cthulhu, or Cthulhu, joins the abominations of the sky, i.e. UFOs, Tiamat will once more rule the earth. The Aeon of Ma'at, or Ma'at, is inferred. Singak is the violet gas that spoke of the crawling chaos Nyarlathotep, Lovecraft, which suggests the marsh gases of the Mauve Zone. Crowley defines 11 as the general number of magic or energy tending to change. It was signified by the ancients by the letter O, the cipher of the priestess, and the instrument of interdimensional transition, the gateway for incoming UFOs. 11 is the number of Egg, Hey, Gimel Gimel, which, as previously noted, is a glyph denoting spacecraft and Qliphothic entities, because of its association with shells. According to Waite, in the Holy Kabbalah, page 423, Isaac Deluria classified 11 classes of shells relating to the averse Sephiroth, or, as Waite puts it, in page 418, Sephiroth of the Shadow. In this sense, the babe in an egg mentioned in AL chapter 2, verse 49, or 7 by 7, is the dwarf in the space capsule. UFOs are frequently described as egg-shaped craft. A passage in the Book of the Dead declares, O thou who art in the egg, who shinest from thy disk. 11 is also the number of Zebub, or Zayin Beth Beth, to hum or buzz, and is related to Beelzebub, whose zootype is a flying insect. This recalls the meaning of Al-Azif, the Arabic and original title of Necronomicon. I think it's Beelzebub. Yeah, Beelzebub is also 49, or Beth Lamed Zayin Beth Vav Beth, or Beth Lamed Zayin Beth Vav Beth. This recalls the meaning of Al-Azif as the sounds of nocturnal insects, i.e. humming shells from the night side of the Tree of Life, the Arabic and original title of the Necronomicon. 165, the serial number of the verse proclaiming the hour, is the number of Hesman, the voice of matter, the woman, in the periodic purgation. It is also the number of Nemo, the motto of the master of the temple in the city of the pyramids. See Liber 418. 165 is the number of Hapi, or Happy, the phallus. See the Book of the Dead, page 119, I think. And the Otsa, or backbone, typical of that organ which produces ecstasy. 165 in the priestess, or scarlet woman, Babylon, 165. Babylon with a Vav. The 23rd hour is then the hour of invocation by the sign of Eosic. The full formula of invocation is known to members of the 11th degree OTO. The verse number is 13, which emphasizes the lunar component of the rite in accordance with the ancient Chandra Kala Puja, literally adoration of the moon juice or moon time. The serial number 167 is that of woman, Vav, Ayin, Mem, Aleph, Nun, and of Amun, the hidden god. It is also the number of Asimun, a demon known as the Unnameable One, which suggests a form of Hastur, he who is to be named not. Cf. Nemo, mentioned in connection with verse 11. Disintegration of form in madness, 420 or 174, is a phrase that evokes those surreal and cubist works of art which appear as madness from the viewpoint of waking consciousness. They are analogous to the disintegration of particles that occurs during transition from one energy level or dimension to another. Victory is the phala, or power, associated Kabbalistically with Netzach, the power zone associated with the planet Venus, the Qliphoth of which is typified by the ravens of dispersion. See Liber 777, column 8. The serial number 174 indicates a possible connection with the 4th degree OTO, Masonic or Old Style, the password of which was Jobulon. See Magic Crowley, page 179. This is substantiated by the fact that 174, Jobulon, or Yod Vav, Beth Vav, Lamed, Ayin, Nun, i.e. Babylon, is also the number of Nuga Lu Sabib, or Splendor e per Circuitum, Noga being a name of the Venusian power zone. It is possible that Jobulon is identical with Zebulon, whom Jacob described as dwelling on the seashore. The symbol of Zebulon was Capricorn, which was represented by the tail of a fish, hence the connection with Babylon, which reveals how the formula of the Scarlet Woman is linked with that of the Deep Ones. 422, 176. The gulf denotes the mauve zone, the hiatus or solution de continuité that exists between the world of manifestation and of non-manifestation. 22 is the number of the scales of the serpent, the cells of the Qliphoth, and the tunnels corresponding thereto. See Night Side of Eden, Part 2. It is also the number of Abet, or Aleph Beth Yod Tet, the unidentifiable insect that guides those who stray into the tunnels of Set. See The Book of the Dead by Budge. The mantis, the Goliath beetle, and the bee play a major role in the book of the Opening the Mouth. Bitta, 22, is the king of the ocean, the flying fish, a glyph of the non-terrestrial sexual current that underlies the formula of magical miscegenation. 176 is the number of the words blood, Beth, Lamed, Ayin, Daleth, and jasmine, Yod, Aleph, Semek, Mem, Yod, Nun, He. The latter is a perfume or kala associated in Al in connection with the secret palace of the 4 gates, with the rose or lotus. 176 is also the value of sup, or Zadi Vav Pe, to overflow or extrude as excrement, i.e. ectoplasmic matter. Zadi Vav Pe derives from the Egyptian Seth, to purge or purify, in the voice of matter, the rhythmic purgation. And the phallic component is also implicit in 176 as lakum, or lamed kaf vav mem, to rise up or stand. Also, yod zadi vav ayin, 176, abed. And going with blood, 176 is also congealed. It's just funny, the blood congealed is the same number. And 176 is also pineal, a pineal gland, or fluid. But Black Eagle, 425-179, was the name of Yelda, or Yelga. See Chapter 3. Yelga Patterson's Unfamiliar Spirit, the entity that instructed Austin Spare in the system of sentient symbols. See Chapter 3. Spare published the system in the Book of Pleasure. In preparation, an expanded version of this system containing many additional examples of Spare's magical alphabet, including sentient symbols and sigils. The number 25 comprises the solar 12 and the lunar 13. It is the number of the pentagram, the star of copulation generating man. Although the verse in question applies to a mystical level, the magical implicits chime with the formula of the Ophidian current, which is seen to be inseparable from the wisdom of Shilpa. 25 is Shiva, or Cheth Yod Vav He, the beast, a type of the non-human component of this magic. Verse 27, 181, refers to a formula incorporated in a drawing by Spare and designed to open the outer gateways. The drawing was inherited by Frater Eossic, but its full significance was not realized until many years after Spare's death, and long after the incident of the Water Witch. See Images and Oracles of Austin Osman Spare for many examples of the symbols employed. The account of the Water Witch episode has been republished several times since. See Hecate's Fountain, bibliography for details. The drawing contains a vitally important magical formula. The shade of a water witch does indeed guard a secret glyph. It appears inscribed above the genitalia of the witch, the vulva being the physical gateway to the mauve zone, or place of transition. See Against the Light. The information therein given concerning the drawing is factual. 27 is the number of the path of Pe. Pe means a mouth, the organ especially associated with the mysteries of Ma'at. It is also the number of Chide, or Cheth Yod Daleth He, a riddle, enigma, and of Aku, Aleph Kaf Vav, the moon god worshipped also under the name of Sin. Again, 27 denotes the Bati, or Beth Aleph He Teth Yod, the hideous gnomes mentioned by Blavatsky in The Secret Doctrine 3:18. Bati is also 418, a number of Aiwass and of the Great Work. It seems to be a contraction of the mysterious word Balasti, uttered by Aiwass as an hawk eagle-headed entity after it has clawed out the flesh of those who adhere to various obsolete religious dogmas. See A.L. chapter 3, verse 54. The serial number 181 is that of Kundalini. Also, 181 is a form of Eossic. Crowley spelt Eossic in his diaries in various ways. Ayin, Shin, Yod, Kaf. Ayin, Shin, Aleph, Aleph, Shin, Yod, Kaf. Ayin, Samet, Samet, Yod, Kaf. Aleph, Aleph, Samet, Yod, Kaf. Aleph, Vav, Samet, Samet, Yod, Kaf, etc. Here the variant is Aleph, Ayin, Zadi, Kaf. It is significant that this number, 181, is a metathesis of 818, which totals 17, and therefore adumbrates the Eon of Zain through the path of the twins, or double current. Furthermore, the number 818 is formulated in the seal of Eossic by the twin serpents and the wand. 818 is the number of Rano Roriku, the doorway to Rilia, and symbolic of the Batrachian cult of the Deep Ones, Cthulhu and Dagon. 181 is also a number of Iliaos, and of Kaf Pe Aleph, obscurity and darkness. The call to the wind is to accompany or follow the opening of the gate. Perhaps an indication of the tablet of air in the system of Enoch is intended. Extreme caution is required. Frater Jopan, or Jack Parsons, used the tablet with disastrous results both to himself and others. See The Magical Revival. The backward darkness, 428, 182, refers to the Qliphoth and to the abode of forgotten dreams, denoted by the number 28, which is also the mystic cipher of Netzach and of Kaf Cheth, power or Shakti. Venus is the controller of Netzach. The energies of the Qliphoth in the form of a slime adhere to the gate. The verse number 29 enables us to identify these energies as the magic force itself, the masculine current. See Liber 777, the list of primes, page 25, or Roman numerals 25. The letter Kaf is assigned to the 29th path. Kaf signifies the back of the head, the region of the cerebellum, especially connected with the manifestation in man of the sexual energies. See Crowley's Magic, page 183. The verse contains a further reference to an unidentifiable insect, recalling the entity mentioned in verse 348. The word curious may be used in the sense of odd, though it is more likely to refer to a curiosity on the part of the insect, similar to that attributed to euphonauts hovering over military installations and nuclear power plants. The master and the lama may refer respectively to Crowley and to Lam. The Qliphoth breed, or Qliphoth breed, 430-184, appear to ward upon earth the outposts or strongholds of the children of Isis, and to pave the way, or perhaps more correctly, to bore tunnels for their incursion into terrestrial consciousness. The slime, likened to a luminous fungus. So again, slime is 145, so the slime is, again, Necronomicon is in Greek, 555. The Lovecraftian Kabbalah, I believe, is 555. Many things having to do with that, even dank, which obviously could be weed, but Kenneth Grant refers to like the dank cellars and chambers. So again, the slime, there's definitely something to that. Likened to a luminous fungus, and again, the thing about the star sponge in 555 and various other things having to do with fungus and molds and the internet itself when put into that Opti program or Opti. Ayin Pei Tau He, Opti is 555, recalls a certain adventure in Egypt described in The Stellar Lode, a tale of Egyptian magic written in 1953 by Kenneth Grant concerning a terrestrial focus of the star of New Isis, serialized in Scoob Occult Review number 5. The serial number 184 is that of Sekset, an Egyptian goddess invoked by the magical buckle or girdle, an ideogram of the blood of Isis. Lovecraft refers to a tarn named Kiagoth, also 184, and to the hour of the reddening of the dark waters, in Dreams and Fancies, page 31. The spiders of Veskol, mentioned in the next verse, 431 or 185, align the tunnels of Set with a network unlike the structures spun by their mundane counterparts. It is stated categorically that these alignments have no affinity with the Petro-Veves, or Veves, used in voodoo by the votaries of Akbish, the Arachnean fetish of the Obeah cult. Beskul is a composite word signifying literally house of the Kala. Kol, Kaf Vav Lamed, as 136, sum of the first 16 numbers, Sodashi. 16 is the number of the mystical Kalas in the androgen. It is also the number of New Isis. Kol, or Kaf Vav Lamed, means to call, invoke, or vibrate. Cf. Bath Kol, the House of the Oracle. It should not be overlooked that Bes is a form of Ves, or Aiwas. See the Magical Revival, chapter 3. The verse number 31 is that of the Book of the Law, which, or as AL, which Aiwas delivered to Crowley. It is the oracular basis of the new Typhonian Gnosis. It is also the number of Ku, Kaf He Vav. The Kus live on the shades or souls of the dead, the Akus or Akus. The Ku was therefore constellated as the Ghoul, the star Beta in the Perseus group. It is also the number of the Kia, Kaf Yod Aleph, the neither typified in Zos Kia Cultus by the vulture. Furthermore, 31 is the sum of the initials by Greek Kabbalah of the Scarlet Woman. The serial number 185 is that of the word nose, the organ of air or space, and of tikkun, a Chaldean word denoting the first emanation from the Logos. According to the Necronomicon, it is only by the looped cross, by the Vak Viraj incantation, and by the tikkun elixir that the dweller in darkness is Nyagtha, 143, brother of the Old Ones. For 143, see remarks on page 211. It's also 11 times 13. And so the Vak Viraj, if I'm not mistaken, I think that has to do with this Mara Vijaya. No, that's Vichai. Mara Vichai. The hunter in the darkness or dweller in the darkness seems similar to Mara, though. In 143, it's also Kamazots. It's kind of a dweller in the darkness. The Lamb Cult. The Lamb Cult. The Nest. Tongue. Lama Tolku, light body, one eye or Achad Ayan. So yeah, the one eye. May be driven back to the unlighted caverns of hidden foulness where he dwelleth. Liber 29 Vel Akbish, the impress of which was discovered in the 29th tunnel during a lodge working, contains references to the violent ones reminiscent of the cannibals of Lang. They devour any intruder, including their own kind, unable to awaken the guardian of the tunnel. The serial number of the verse conceals an allusion to the leapers or vaulters, in that 185 denotes a once beautiful seductress who was changed into a three-legged frog and banished to the moon because she drank the elixir of immortality. I think 185 is also, it's AL spelled out, Aleph Lamed. The lines lead below. In view of the verse number 32, we may suppose the paths are intended. These translate into tunnels when reflected behind the tree. This interpretation is substantiated by an oracle transmitted from the tunnel of Kaf during a lodge working. The oracle has been published at the beginning of Outside the Circles of Time, the title of the book having been suggested by the oracle. Silence, sleep, and conjuration are the three keys to the magic of Shilba. Is there a particular quality to the darkness outside the circles of time? Or does the verse mean that in the void beyond, as in the darkness of deep sleep, it is possible to invoke the subterrene kings? So wait. Kings is also 143. According to the mystique of Zos Cultus, this verse would be glossed by the formula which depends for its efficacy upon forgetfulness of the sigil, in order that it may gestate in the subconsciousness. In this way, the deep will respond. In the present context, it may be significant that the number 32 conceals the identity of the priestess or scarlet woman. Again, 3 minus 2 being 1, 3 plus 2 being 5, and 3 times 2 as 6, or 156, Babylon. The serial number 186 denotes Kenoma, the void outside. See Pistis Sophia, translation by Horner, page 40. In 186, it's also Golgotha, Kaf, Daimonia. The monarchs are probably of the Qliphoth, in which case Bela, the foremost king of Edom, would indicate a connection with Bel. The text thus achieves the status of a scripture, oracle, or utterance, in this sense of outrance, of the deep ones. Verse 433, 187, is straightforward until we reach the cipher L with the sideways S and two circles, G, or lugs. Its value could be 233 as Lamed Ayin Ayin Gimel Samek, 473 as Lamed Ayin Ayin Gimel Shin, or as Lamed Vav Gimel Samek 99, or with Shin 339. 233 is the number of Atz HaChaim, the tree of life. It is also the number of a hairy cannibal, the Naf Ke, or the Kafnia, a variant of Kafnia, AL chapter 3, verse 72, mentioned in the Necronomicon. 233 also denotes a concubine and a daughter, i.e. the daughter Eon and the priestess or Scarlet Woman. 473 is Golgotha, the skull, which plays a major part in the Templar mysteries. See Genesis by David Wood. It is connected with Yugoth and with the Eon of Goth, because the place of the skull is also the place of the crossing, presided over by the noxious Yog-Sothoth who froths as primal slime in nuclear chaos beyond the nethermost outposts of space and time. See the lurker at the threshold. This is the ultimate blasphemy, 473. 473 also comes up in another book, Black Magic Evocation of the Shem HaMephorash. I believe it's that one. It could be Sacerdotum Umbrae Mortis. But he mentions this number. I think it's actually Sacerdotum. Honestly, I don't remember. But 473 comes up, and it's this number having to do with essentially vampirism as well as Kalas and Hindu or Eastern dark magic in a sense. The Fountain of Blood, Ancient Lunar Cult, the Kala Vampires, Kala Powers, Dumavati, the Smoky One, Seleno-Gnosis, which Blavatsky mentions on page 305 of Part 1 of The Secret Doctrine, the Invisible Yantra, the Star System, the Spaces, Smooth Point. There's something to the number 473 being, especially being the one less than 474. I'll just have to analyze it slowly as it comes up, but I just wanted to mention that. It is Sefer Yerach Ruachat, and he talks about the 473 current, and current itself with a Gimel Vav Resh Resh Hey Nun Teth can be 473. That's why the 93, the current of 93, but current with a Cheth can be 666. Again, confusing, but it is connected with Yugoth, blasphemy. 99 is the number of Chabli Lideh, or Cheth Beth Lamed or Cheth Beth Lamed Yod Daleth He, the pangs of childbirth, which well describe the release of the lugs from the slime-encased egg of Lam. 99 is also Demona, or Daleth Mem Nun He, Dunkill, or river. Dum, or Dem, Daleth Mem, shows the nature of the slime, the river of blood that bears the Qliphoth on the lunar current. That this is an accurate interpretation is shown by the words Tithiun, or Teth Yod, Teth He, Yod Vav Nun, infernal abode of Jibura, and Pit, Pe Yod Teth, both valued at 99. It is also, however, the number of the vault of heaven, an inner chamber, wedlock, nuptial, which equates the foregoing concepts with the vault or womb of Isis. It's also alchemy, so the union and combination, the metals, the foundation, the star, all of that is kind of there. The serpent, and the star and the serpent. It should be noted, however, that 339 is a permutation of 393, the supreme goddess of the seven stars, Sephek, intimately associated with Tot and Doth. And real quick, 339 is interesting because it's rainbow, but Tracy Twyman, again, who studied all that, Tracy with a Gimel for C is 339, although it could be 334 or 344, which has its own host of connections I've kind of went into. Again, going with the 322 is interesting, but with 339 as the rainbow, 327 is also Clephothic, so Clephothic rainbow, or there's other ways to look at it. Starlight, rainbow starlight, star child, electro, the coiled kundalini. Again, there's just different ways you can look at it, but there's some complex in 339 and rainbow and light that needs further analysis, especially with the rainbow body, and all the things about Padmasambhava, Vajrayana. But yeah, there's just a lot that needs to be still looked at regarding that. Sephek's planetary vehicle is Venus, whose astroglyph is evident in the sigil of Eosik. It denotes a secret door or gateway. Deleth, meaning a door, is the sacred letter of Venus, the number of which is 4. One value of Eosik is 397 minus the door equates with 393. See Night Side of Eden, pages 167 through 168, which is also the number of rainbow, the spectrum of Kalas connected with the extra-dimensional metamorphoses previously noted. Furthermore, 393 enumerates Soatomago or Zatomago. The Disciples of Cthulhu by Carter, page 149. Note remarks on Ponape, Supra, in regards to Iao Oai. Son of him whom even Dagon and the Deep One served, a form of the sea devil worshipped throughout the Pacific Islands. Zotomogo is a form of Sothmog, a variant of the name used in Ponape, or the Carolines. There is an alternative interpretation of Lugs, which, although far-fetched, may be legitimately investigated since it is typical of the paranomasia traditionally used by Kabbalists. In modern times, the name Bela is associated with that of the actor who epitomized the vampire force in the screen version of Bram Stoker's Dracula. Bela Lugs, or Lugs, approximates too nearly to Bela Lugosi to be overlooked. When Lugosi appeared in the role on stage in London in 1951, I discovered that he not only identified himself with the entity he had personified so many times, he also expressed admiration for Crowley's magic. Whether for the book or for the man was not clear. Lugos is the name of the place in which Lugosi was born. As a scion of one of the oldest families in Hungary, he, more than anyone, was particularly appropriate to the part. The characters of the sideways S and the 2 dots between the L and the G, LG being 33, Gimel Lamed or Lamed Gimel, the number of the verse, may be interpreted as the serpent force in the eyes, emblematic of the Ophidian phases of the double current. LG or Lamed Gimel 33, or Gimel Lamed, meaning wheel, is the number of Baal, Bel or Bella, Beth Aleph Lamed, a further confirmation of the foregoing. It is also the number of the ultimate degree of Scottish Freemasonry, the emblem of which is a double-headed eagle. The serial number 187 enumerates Lamed Nun Kaf Beth He, a female eagle, and Bes Kol, a form of Bes Kol, already investigated. The specters of 434, 188 have a harmless appearance, two sightless eyes, but their blood, represented by the serpentine glyph, is devastating. The priestess, asleep or unawakened, is sometimes glyphed as sightless. To her blood is attributed a threefold dimension according as to whether it flows from the eye or from the mouth. So there are not two eyes, but two aspects of one eye and a mouth. The former secretes the colorless ichor of the void. The latter secretes its lunar blood and fertilized egg in slime encased. The slime, congealed by the call of verses 4:28-29, releases the lugs, or the logos, the lost word. The term devastating means literally of the vast or waste, laying waste. It is cognate in this primary sense with the Hebrew leolam, unto the ages. The meaning of the verse therefore seems to be that by imbibing or in some way ingesting the spectral blood of the lugs, admission is gained to the great waste or void. Note that Kadath of the cold waste, in terms of the Necronomicon, is a form of Hadith or Set, according to which lore the devil's sperm is cold as ice. The next verse, 4:35, 189, reveals the lugs as stealers in the wake world of the magician's forces. The lugs cannot dream because they are themselves the fabric of dream. The lugs cannot dream because they are themselves the fabric of dream. They are forever endeavoring to suck into their world material energy sufficient to facilitate their manifestation in human waking consciousness. Or, an alternative possibility, they immediately transform into lugs the energy of the magician's waking consciousness. From the latter's point of view, the operation is tantamount to possession. 35 is the number of Lamed He, vital force, vigor. It is the result of 7 times 5, which describes Kabbalistically the power, Shakti, woman, whose number is 5, of the ancient ones, i.e. the gods, Neter, the gods being 7. 35 is the sum of Agla, Aleph, Gimel, Lamed, Aleph, the initials of a sentence meaning to these be the power of the ages, or eons, Ate, Gibor, Leolam, Adonai. The serial number of the verse is that of Sabah Dasbim, or Samek Beth Aleph, Daleth Samek Beth Yod Nun, the ancient among the ancient. The magician is then exhorted to constrain the thumb, to withhold the phallic force until the night of Isis falls. There is here an intimation of the formula of Kereza. The night of Isis, as the verse number indicates, is the dark circle of her hidden presence. 36 is the number denoted by the pentagram. 36, the number of degrees of each angle of the regular pentagram. I don't know why he says 36, but I guess because divided by 10. The star of woman, Shakti, and of the Tibetan law, the gods, or great old ones, it also signifies the Igigi, or Igigi. See Chapter 7. The serial number suggests that the night of Isis may equate with Kats, or Kaf Azadi, the end, the appointed time, with Nulm, or Nun Ayin Lamed Mem, hidden, and with La Nafal, or Lamed Nun Pe Lamed, to fall. See the fall of the great equinox, AL chapter 3, verse 34. And Teth Azadi Lamed Ayin 190 also signifies a fall. Outside, obsession lurks. Within the star is the residue of bliss upon the parapet of Vith. This is enigmatic. The fact that verse 40 refers to a claw suggests a bird of the vulture or eagle class perched upon the parapet in the mudra described as pose beleosic. This is the posture of the self in the bliss of exuding its own essence. In magical terms, the ectoplasm of manifestation. The formula described in the Egyptian creation legend recorded in the papyrus of Nezi Amsu. The mechanics of the formula is then described. The verse number 42 is that of Amma, the dark or unenlightened mother. The present rite is therefore performed by the priestess. The serial number, that of Zavak, or Zadi Vav Kaf 196, supports this interpretation. It means to pour or make liquid, albeit it seems at variance with the traditional formula, which is autoerotic. Total exhaustion is the required condition. The sigil then glows like the pyramid of Vith. Within the pyramid, the deep ones dream. The serial number 198 is that of Kaf, which may identify it with the force of Kaf Nia, from AL chapter 3, verse 72. The sigil of Aosic in the pyramid of Vith. It may be further significant that the serial number of the Kaf Nia verse is the number of Panape, or Panape. Pan is a form of Lemuria, and ape, or ape, suggests the Kaf, or Kaf ape, type of non-human speech, i.e. alien. Moreover, Ponape is the terrestrial location nearest to the ocean gate of the deep ones. 217 is a number of Seth in Greek, and also of Churda, or Cheth Resh Daleth He, terror and fear, which, as inspired by them in terrestrial creatures, constitutes the food of the great old ones. Furthermore, the verse number of AL 72 is that of Lama, the superior or higher one, a Tibetan equivalent of the Sanskrit Uttara, beyond or outside. Lama therefore signifies the one from beyond or outside, again linking this wisdom of Shilpa with the Lama of Lang. The circle of light, 445-199, is an exhalation from the central O of the sigil, which is on the point of exploding with the stars of Isis. The lengthening tower leans away from the gulf, O. This is a reference to the phallic glyph, which, together with the cipher, forms I and O, the self, I, and its object, O, separating in the reificatory process of birth. The basilisk spirals represented in the sigil by the S's are here identified with Exatsar, the Ophidian formula for evoking the Qliphoth. Its number is 333, that of Karanzan. The formula involves the use of the hexacontalitho, or 60 stone. See Solinus, quoted in Machen's The Novel of the Black Seal. Crowned by the crescent of the waning moon. The sigil, forgotten deliberately for purposes of the supreme rite, is recalled only in the bliss of non-mobile becoming. From darkness to darkness, in 451 or 205, recalls the Scottish oracle Asakai Dasu, the darkness is undying. 51, which appears in the verse, 51-205, is a number associated with the lost continent, Lemuria, Ponape, and cognate concepts frequently associated with evil. 51 is also the vibration hum, He Vav Mem, which has been described as the root mantra of the Great Old Ones, of Lam, and the Lama complex. But 51 also equals Ma'at, Mem, Aleph, Aleph, Tet. And this equation shows the nature of this evil in its reflex Team, the accursed food, i.e. of lunar provenance. This expression identifies the darkness, Asakai 93, with Akasha, black egg, with the formula of I was, 93, as reverberating through Lam 71 Dasu, the type of the undead or undying one of the sorcerers. 51 also enumerates Azazel, who, according to the Book of Enoch, was one of the angels who lay with the daughters of men. He was also one of the Watchers, said to have corrupted the human race by imparting to man mysterious knowledge which it was not good for man to know. A reference to the forbidden wisdom of which this wisdom of Shilba is, in a sense, a resume, forming a practical grimoire of traffic with alien entities. The serial number 205 is the sum of the letters OTO in Tlu, or Cthulhu, or Kaf Lamed Vav, which points directly at the terrestrial instrument of the Outer Ones, particularly of Cthulhu. It is also the number of the word Ompeda, from AL chapter 3 verse 54, which has not yet been fully interpreted, and of penis, or essentially spine, the phallic power. The mundane vehicle of the force of Kafnia glyphed in the sigil of Aasic, and also Re, who Ra is essentially the phallic power of Osiris. Ra Thek, CF Thok, reflex of Koth. Ra Thek is 201 plus 425, so 626. Or 201 plus 905 is 1106. 626 is the number of Melchizedek. See Valet for details of the significance of this concept in connection with UFOs, etc. And of Atam, the twin angel who revealed the dual gnosis to the prophet Mani. And I don't see him say it, but Qliphoth in Hebrew is also 626. Atam is also 66, the mystic number of the Qliphoth and of the great work. 1106 is Sorath, the imagination, or Sharath. Shin, Resh, Vav, Tau. See Images and Oracles of Austin Spare for the role of this faculty in the lore of sigils and sentient symbols. And Mathan Hoth Vara, or Mem Tau Nun, He Tau, Vav Resh He, the giving of the law. The sigil seals the outer sphere of Mav, beyond which swarm the children of Isis. The verse number 50 is the letter Nun. Nun means a fish, emblem of the deep ones. In the tarot, Nun is associated with the mysteries of change, which in its ultimate form appears to terrestrials as disappearance or death. The mystery of death comports a change of dimension, as when UFOs vanish beyond the spectrum comprehended by the organs of sense. 50 is the number of gates of the city of the pyramids, Binah, beyond or above the abyss. The doctrine refers to the return of man to his starry home by means of Shekinah or Shakti. The first gate is in matter and is the vulva, and the last gate is in God, the outer one. This gate is in Saturn, Binah, so that contact with the outside and with the outer ones, which by reflex are the inner or deep ones, is established in or through Shakti as Shekinah. This is the rationale of sexual magic. Rabbinical lore avers that Moses failed to open the 50th gate because he had ceased to live with his wife. The union of the Yod and the He, 10 by 5, being 50, resulted in 5 lights which gave birth, like the space egg, to the 50 gates of supreme lights. It is said that it was owing to the evil Samael that Moses was able to enter 49 gates only. Samael typifies the dark phase of the priestess. In this, perhaps explains why Moses ceased to cohabit with his Shakti. See the Holy Kabbalah by Waite, pages 281 and 390. 50 is also the number of Im, or Yod Mem, the sea. the abode of the deep ones. Again, the 50 hot days, the Khamsin, or desert wind, the atmospheric vehicle of Set, ascribed to Set, are an analog of the blasting heat reported in connection with the proximity of UFOs. 50 is also the cycle of, or period of, Sirius B, the dark star typifying the infinitely small atomic point, Hadit or Set. The number 51 has already been discussed. 52 is the number of the fertilized mother, i.e. the priestess awakened and active in the ethers or magical circles. The serial number 206 denotes Dabir, the word of power, the gateway of the word of light, also a cloud. Mention of clouds appears frequently in accounts of UFO sightings, and in some Tibetan texts, the cloud is synonymous with alien presence. The law and aim of this magic involves congress with the priestess, Shakti or Shekinah, not via earthly love, which comprehends the 7 by 7 or 49 gates, but via love under will, 93, which goes beyond to the 50th gate, which opens on to the city of the pyramids. See comment on verse 50. 452, 206, the sigil seals the outer sphere of Mav. Beyond the Mav zone swarm the children of Isis. IBA, or Yod Beth Aleph, equals 13, the number of unity, and by reflex 31, the number of law, not. This seals the wisdom of Shilba in the blood of the moon, whose number is 13. The word Iba, or Yod Beth Aleph, means he shall come. It is a metathesis of Baya, force, power, Shakti. He refers to the old one, Aosik. The letters Yod Beth Aleph are the initials of Ilyaran Bel Aosik. Note that the globes or shells of Yog Sothoth are 13 in number, and that the sign for invoking them includes Olyarum, a form of Ilyaran. Yog Sothoth is both the gate and the guardian of the gate. One of the numbers of Olyarum is 352, which has Or Mole, or Aleph Vav Resh, Mem Ayin Lamed He, the exalted light, is an apt description of the trans-Plutonic radiance associated with the star of New Isis. And here again we encounter the symbolism of the nose, for 352 is the number of Arik Apim, long of nose, a title of the supreme god. It is also the number of Tono Nalama. Tono Nalema, or Tono Nalama, is known as the eye star, the dark eye of Set being implied. Note the presence in the name of the ubiquitous Lam. This symbolism is enhanced by 352 being the valuation of Ha-Olos, or the way, or Eta Olos, the presence being of Lamb. Furthermore, 352 renders Satalia, the black hole discussed in connection with a previous verse. Another revealing equation is Nu 56 plus Isis 140, 70 plus 70, plus Babylon, being 352, which unequivocally associates these concepts with the rites of the Vama Marg, the path involving the magical use of woman, sometimes known as the left-hand path, and the worship of the goddess, Nu Isis, or Silva. This cosmic connection is shown again in Barkim, lightning, Barakim, the influence from outside. There is also an equation with Kubrim, 352, grave vaults, indicating a further connection with the necromantic formula of Lang. And so therefore also the rites of the mummy and the rite of the Kurlasel, essentially, which 352 is Ruth Keenan's number. So The Ashimu, 352, according to the Book of the Dead, are the gods in material forms, which suggests that this magic brings down to earth or manifests the outer ones. An alternative enumeration of Olyarum is 912, the number of Restau, the tomb. There is an allusion in the Book of the Dead to the worms which are in Restau, which lived upon the bodies and fed upon their blood. The reference is to the serpents guarding the corridors in the kingdom of Sokar. In magical terms, the use of the Ophidian current in connection with the tunnels of Set. 912 is the number of Prometheus, which could also be 1111, which goes even more with the Hollow Reed. Masculine form of Koth, the Hollow One, who brought down fire from heaven, the lightning from outside. So again, the 1111 symbolism is even more fitting. Prometheus with a Tau and Shin. So yeah, I just wanted to read those because they are pretty deep, complex. I think most people would probably be like, what the fuck is he talking about? But it's so many different things, and you'd have to kind of have a background in all these different subjects and familiarity with the code and be able to see when he's using like Greek, English, Hebrew, whatever. Like concubine and daughter. Those show how he's using. Maybe actually it was... Yeah, concubine would be Koth. Daughter would be spelled out. But, yeah, there's just so many different streams, but essentially what he's trying to show is that it all points to something prehistoric, pre-human, essentially. But nevertheless, decipherable in so many different languages and primarily numerical, though. And it just goes to show, like, I mean, I keep thinking back how Godfrey Higgins and so many other people from so long ago clearly knew about this concept. I don't know to what degree they knew all the, like, how many codes or whatever. Obviously, some of this stuff took a while to develop, but yeah, it's just funny how quickly people dismiss Kenneth Grant because he mentions the Necronomicon and the symbolism and certain things from it. And like obviously the what's it called, the Simon Necronomicon is most likely fabricated, but it's more of the concept of this dream, not just dream, but a primal grimoire, a deeper underlying script, if you want to call it that. And again, the script being 777 and secret language and so many other things having to do with the amplification of the Twilight language knowledge. Again, and it goes up into 888, 999, and all the other numbers in between. It's just crazy how, again, Kwan-Te Am, the Thailand version of, what's her name? Kuan Yin? Kwan-Te Am. Kwan-Te Am can be 777. And I actually had a dream where it was like she was more like a weird fish creature. Her skin was like falling off. She was in the center of some weird like forest, but underwater. And I remember seeing this figure and knowing it was her, but it was much more grotesque. And it got me interested in her, but where is it? Kwan Am or Kwan-Te Am. 777. And there's other things like, I mean, even the concept of the rivers, mountains coming together in 777. and how separate but connected they are. I don't know, there's a lot to that. I don't even remember what verse I read that from, but the Chandogya Upanishad comes to mind. But anyway, there's just so much to all this, and it's so crazy, like, how it is self-revealed. Like, Herbert Gunther's book, Meditation Differently, even just the reviews to that helped make me really want to just know more about, like, this Tibetan stuff, Mahamudra, Dzogchen, and they talked about this, like, self-revealed knowledge, or knowledge that reveals itself when you're ready, essentially. Again, I haven't got to this book yet, but reading about Herbert Gunther and his books, and this book, Matrix of Mystery, which I have mentioned, and I've tried getting into it. It also talks about, as like one of the main things it centers on, is the Dvayagarbha. I do, like, I've wanted to read chapters from this, but it's just so it's so complex that it'd just be like, it's not going to be pointless, but it would almost be pointless. Like, it's more to be read to yourself. So yeah, again, some people are like, don't torture yourself. This guy, some people think I think that reviews, it can be interesting, especially the extreme ones. They say that Herbert Gunther wasted his life, and I don't know, it's just interesting. But I personally like his books. I don't think he's sitting there trying to translate things so that you can do them just like, I don't know. It's weird. Some people want things to be perfectly, like, from history. Some people want to do things their own way. But yeah, Herbert Gunther's books and Alex Wayman's books I've slowly been working through since 2019. 3 years now. It's kind of what's been making this take so long, other than other life crap. But it's worth it, I guess. Like, at least it's not taking forever with nothing happening. But I did not expect this entire wealth of things to really just be revealed, or need to be treaded through. But I'm glad. But anyway, I don't want to go too far into all this when I'm pretty much at the end of this. I crammed a lot in with the Dvayagarbha Tantra and whatnot. And the codes 237, 375, 474. But anyway, yeah.
The Ancient Secret in Search of the Holy Grail by Flavia Anderson. Chapter 13, The Lord's Jewel. Although the legendary Siegfried of Wagner's Ring was not the Messiah, nevertheless the unnamed historical character dating from before Abraham, whom he represents, did at least perform a great service to mankind. It seems evident that a knowledge of how to light a fire from the sun dates from long before Moses. Nevertheless, I think Siegfried does, in German folk memory, represent Moses on the Burning Mount, a story no doubt first heard in Germany from the amber traders of the Near East. It seems therefore supremely ironic that Hitler persecuted Jewry, while making almost a religious cult of the Siegfried myth. From the moment when Siegfried broke the sky god Wotan's spear, for the sky god's power being light in general, either sunlight or lightning, see throughout the volumes of Zeus by A.B. Cook. That is to say, learnt to bend the ray of the sun by means of Brunhild, the crystal. The doom of the old gods was inevitable, though no doubt there followed a period when sun worship increased, Yet man cannot for long continue to adore that which he can bend to his will. The leaders of thought, if not the masses, were brought sharply to face the fact that if they themselves could control the behavior of light, then the solar orb was not itself God, but only a symbol of God. The crystal of the burning bush must lead inevitably, if sometimes slowly, to the conclusion that God is a spirit, and they that worship him must worship him in spirit. It became clear that the descent of sunlight to a focal point was only the picture writing of that for which man longed. Moreover, it was from the first sadly apparent that a king could brandish his torch and boast of receiving a supernatural effluvium from his supposed father, the sun god, while in fact remaining a wicked and tyrannical ruler. Nevertheless, the picture writing was useful, for it exactly expressed man's prayer that God would pour out his Holy Spirit upon men, even as the sun shed light. Therefore, the old language of symbolism was retained and understood by many. When John the Baptist declared of the Christ, "He shall baptize you with the Holy Ghost and with fire," the terms of such a promise would not have caused his hearers much surprise, for he was using the oldest symbolism in the world, and only promising the fulfillment of man's dearest wish. It follows, therefore, that the early church would have not regarded the Grail as a danger to her teaching, and provided that men did not attempt to take the Grail into Wookey Hole, the church was not averse to such symbolism. Indeed, it seems that St. Paul was quite ready to use the old language in order to win over the pagans, just as St. Joseph, according to the Grand St. Graal, used it. In his first epistle to the Corinthians, St. Paul wrote, "For now we see through a glass darkly, but then face to face. Now I know in part, but then I shall know, even as also I am known." The words per speculum imply a metal reflector, and could be equally well translated, "For now we see dimly by means of a mirror." A concave mirror seems to have been more commonly employed by the Greeks than a crystal or glass coracle, for Plutarch says that the fires of Delphi and Athens were thus ignited. St. Paul therefore speaks to Greeks about a mirror, while St. Joseph preaches to the Celts about glass. In his second epistle to the church at Corinth, St. Paul was again, I think, referring to the same old symbolism, for he says, "For if that which is done away was glorious, much more that which remaineth is glorious. Seeing then that we have such hope, we use great plainness of speech, and not as Moses, which put a veil over his face, that the children of Israel could not steadfastly look to the end of that which is abolished. But their minds were blinded. For until this day remaineth the same veil untaken away in the reading of the Old Testament, which veil is done away in Christ. But even unto this day, when Moses is read, the veil is upon their heart. Nevertheless, when it shall turn to the Lord, the veil shall be taken away. Now the Lord is that Spirit, and where the Spirit of the Lord is, there is liberty. But we all, with open face, beholding as in glass, speculantes, the glory of the Lord, are changed into the same image from glory to glory, even as by the Spirit of the Lord. It seems very likely that Moses held the blazing jewel of the Urim, and covered both it and his face with a veil, and not as Moses, which put a veil over his face, that the children of Israel could not steadfastly look to the end of that which is abolished. But their minds were blinded, for until this day remaineth the same veil untaken away in the reading of the Old Testament, which veil is done away in Christ. But even unto this day, when Moses is read, the veil is upon their heart. Nevertheless, when it shall turn to the Lord, the veil shall be taken away. Now the Lord is that Spirit, and where the Spirit of the Lord is, there is liberty. But we all, with open face, beholding as in a glass, speculantes, the glory of the Lord, are changed into the same image from glory to glory, even as by the Spirit of the Lord. It seems very likely that Moses held the blazing jewel of the Urim, and covered both it and his face with a veil, so that in the brilliant eastern sunshine the reflection from the crystal would have been cast upon his face. St. Paul seems to be telling us that the veil of the Grail is no longer required, that the old fire cult is abolished, that Christ has given us a spiritual and mystical Grail, and that through it we may, if we choose, receive the flame of the Holy Spirit. What is this mystical Grail, this sea of glass before the throne of God, through which spiritual light is directed into mankind? The Welsh Saint Illtyd, who, with Saint David and Saint Caddoc, were, according to legend, the three hereditary keepers of the Grail, had amongst his pupils a certain Gildas. Gildas, who wrote in the 6th century the very first history of Britain, alludes to the Church as the Lord's jewel. In the Grand St. Graal, Solomon's ship is declared to be a symbol of Holy Church. To put the matter concisely, the crystal was the symbol of the God-bearer. As such, it could be used equally well for the Church, through which men are reborn into hope of union with God, or for the Virgin Mary who had borne our Lord. That the Madonna inherited all the attributes of the God-bearer seems to be fact. In the Roman litany recited in her honor, she is addressed as the Honorable Vessel, the Tower of David, the Ark of the Covenant, and the Home of Gold. In art, her symbols are the lily, the rose, the apple, and the burning bush. See Legends of the Madonna by Mrs. Jameson. It would be convenient here to digress for a moment and fulfill my promise to give the story of the third saint depicted on the seal of Glastonbury, Saint Margaret, whose name signifies a pearl. She was repudiated as apocryphal by Pope Gelasius in AD 494, but her popularity persisted. According to legend, she was the daughter of a pagan priest of Antioch, and, being of delicate health, was brought up by her nurse in a wild and lonely part of the country, where the nurse converted the maiden to Christianity. The governor of Antioch, happening to ride past the lonely dwelling, glimpsed the damsel and straightway desired her. She refused the advances of the wicked and pagan prince, whereat he seized her and confined her to a dungeon, where was a terrible serpent dragon. The little maiden was aloft her cross or crucifix to defend herself from the power of this monster. It swallowed her entire, but through the power of the cross, the serpent burst in twain, and the saint was delivered. The cruel governor thereupon beheaded her, but before she died, she prayed that those who invoked her in the pains of childbirth should find help through the merit of her sufferings and in memory of her deliverance from the womb of the great dragon. See Sacred and Legendary Art by Mrs. Jameson, Volume 2, page 522. This is a paraphrastic description of the crystal, held in the serpentine ring of gold, and how, despite the reptile's embrace, the light bursts through. As in the lay of Dayspring in Menglod, the crystal fruit is laid on the fire for the weal of travailing women. That is to say, it is the talisman associated with spiritual and later with actual birth. In the Glastonbury seal we have, therefore, 3 separate representations of the same symbol of the crystal: the wheel of St. Catherine, the lily pot of the Madonna, and St. Margaret standing triumphantly upon the defeated serpent. Can it be argued from this that the story of Christ's birth from a virgin is only symbolic language to describe the second birth of the son of a Nazarene carpenter as a great illuminatus? The answer is surely that faith has nothing to do with argument. As I have said before, anyone is free to argue that God does not exist, and that man has invented the whole idea of deity by drawing false conclusions from the behavior of light. But it is just as logical to suppose that God created the behavior of light in order to teach men about God. If you do believe in a deity, then sooner or later you will have to take something on trust. If you accept the idea that the behavior of light is God's foreordained symbolism to help men understand Him, then it must follow that the transparency of crystals and their ability to refract light must also have a part in the symbolism, and the prophecy be fulfilled in the person of Mary. There are nevertheless those Christians who, while accepting the truth of the virgin birth and holding the Mother of Christ in great reverence, regret the prominent position accorded to her by the Roman Church, in the fact that she has inherited so many of the characteristics of the great mother goddess of the old religion. In this study of the Holy Grail, it would be a pity to become too controversial, and yet just because the mother of Jesus was given the symbol of the God-bearer, the subject cannot be entirely avoided. Moreover, the pagan adoration of the moon and the Christian veneration for the Virgin Mary can only be fully understood as parts of the same mystery. Such readers as are chiefly concerned with a scientific study of the Grail literature and an examination of pagan rituals will be more interested in the reason for the adoration of the moon. But I ask them to bear with me while in the next paragraph I give some personal views for the sake of those who are more concerned with the reason for venerating the Virgin Mary. No Christian has ever doubted that the Spirit of Mary was in the close presence of God. The bodily assumption, which the Roman Church has lately declared to be a belief necessary to salvation, seems to raise an unnecessary difficulty. For are we really qualified to discuss what takes place in a fifth dimension outside time and space? Surely it is of more importance to know how we may regard the essential Mary, whether she is in the body or out of it. Can she indeed make intercession for us? Perhaps the answer is to be found not in any logical argument, but in the spontaneous and deep emotion which springs from the heart of mankind, and in the foreordained symbolism in the sky. I can make my meaning clearer if I may be allowed to continue using the old analogy of light. We are so fond of modern scientific terms today that sometimes the language of an earlier age seems too remote for us to be able to find comfort in it. It is interesting, therefore, to discover in the Black Book of Caermarthen a verse which substitutes for light a word which has more appeal to the modern mind: energy. God is his name, being two divine ones to be comprehended. God is his name, being three divine ones in his energy. God is his name in the depth of every language. Thou with energy didst overshadow the pure Mary. In the ancient times, only the king lit his torch directly from the sun. Then, in turn, he gave fire to his people. In another chapter will be discussed whether or not the whole purpose of the incarnation was to teach us each to draw down fire direct from heaven through the mystic grail of the church, rather than to borrow a light from our neighbor or even from Christ himself. It is sufficient to say here that the people who do seem to carry their own torch are very few. I think it may be true that only those who have experienced a spiritual night can understand the spontaneous love for the Virgin Mary, which no mere logical argument can undermine. Sooner or later, we all experience this terrible darkness of the soul. The sun has gone below the horizon. God seems to have forsaken us, and we have no light of our own to see by. If we are fortunate, we may have a good friend who stands on a higher eminence than we do, and whose face still reflects the rays, and gives us an assurance that the sun is still shining, although we cannot ourselves any longer see it. But more often than not, such a friend is absent at the darkest hour, as Christ found in Gethsemane. And so God, knowing that men were not able to bear the unrelieved night of Gethsemane, which Christ bore, gave them the spiritual counterpart of the great reflector in the sky. It is very probable that the initiates of the old mystery cults were aware that the moon borrowed her light from the solar orb. In Egypt, the moon was referred to as the painted eye of the sun. See Dawn of Civilization by Professor Maspero, page 207, note 2. The Zohar, which includes in its medieval framework many very ancient Jewish traditions, says, "From that time she, the moon, has had no light of her own, but derives her light from the sun. The great light, the sun, corresponds to Yod-Heh-Vav-Heh." Zohar, translated by H. Sperling and M. Simon, Volume 1, page 64. The supreme revelation accorded to the worshippers of Mithras was to see the sun shining at midnight. This seems to imply that the initiates were taught that the powers of the sun never really diminished or suffered eclipse in the underworld, but remained invincible. And the moon was a witness to the fact, even when men could no longer themselves see the solar orb. The moon was the giant reflector, the greatest of all the cauldrons of inspiration, the mirrored headdress of the earth, Isis, the presiding power at the rites wherein the druidical snakes blew glass to make moon goblets. It appears, therefore, that we should not be wrong in accepting the foreordained symbolism. The picture which God created for us in the heavens, in that in the dark night of the soul, the Virgin Mary has been appointed to lend us a little of the light of Christ. Like the moon, her reflected glory bears witness of the light which is beyond our immediate vision. Just as the Virgin Mary was accorded the symbols of the God-bearer, so, I think, was St. John accorded the attributes of a high priest of the old religion. Like Moses, the great evangelist apprehended the Trinity in terms of light, and recognized the Messiah as the light of the world. The first chapter of his Gospel, one of the most beautiful passages in the New Testament, shows us this. In him was life, and the life was the light of men. And the light shineth in darkness, and the darkness comprehended it not. There was a man sent from God, whose name was John. The same came for a witness, to bear witness of the light, that all men through him might believe. He was not that light, but was sent to bear witness of that light. That was the true light, which lighteth every man that cometh into the world. It seems very probable that the initiated pagans converted to Christianity, to whom such words as God is light and in him is no darkness at all, would have a particular appeal, clothed the apostle's memory with the garments and attributes of a priest of the mysteries. Eusebius, writing early in the 4th century, states that St. John wore the breastplate in mitre. Eusebius, Ecclesiastical History, Volume 3, 31, 2 through 5, and in Volume 5, 24, 3 through 8. St. John could certainly never have worn the vestments of the Jewish high priest, for these vestments were kept under lock and key by the Romans, and were only delivered to the hierarchy once a year for the Day of Atonement. It is possible that the breastplate of the Torah may have been worn by a rabbi in those days, instead of being hung above the scrolls of the law as it is today. But it is much more likely that tradition has clothed the evangelist posthumously with the tiara and torque of a priest of the fire cult. He was very early accorded the symbol of the eagle, aptly chosen for him from amongst the 4 beasts of the evangelists. The apocryphal story of his having been boiled in a cauldron of oil, from which he rose miraculously sound and refreshed, may perhaps have resulted from some very early representation of the saint with a cauldron mirror, or rising from the crystal lily pot of Horus. Finally, his particular attribute in art is a cup from which a serpent issues. The apocryphal story to explain this symbol is that St. John's enemies poisoned the contents of the cup, but that God transformed the deadly venom into a serpent, which glided from the chalice, leaving the wine pure and the apostle unharmed. It seems more likely that the pagan converts portrayed him with a grail, round which the serpent twined, and that the story was later invented to explain the picture. See Sacred and Legendary Art by Mrs. Jameson, Volume 1, page 157. It has been shown that the last archdruid of Britain probably did present his crystal and his cauldron to the church at Glastonbury. Other stories contain a hint of similar gifts. Amongst the collection of Marie de France, the Breton lay of the ash tree may contain such a tradition. In Brittany, in ancient times, the wife of a rich and worthy knight gave birth to twin daughters, and, fearing lest her husband might accuse her of having conceived them by 2 fathers, she delivered over one babe to a serving maid, who bore the infant away and left her at the door of an abbey church. When the child grew to womanhood, she was persuaded to leave the nunnery by a great lord, who kept her as his leman. The adventure ended happily, for at last he married her, and this came about because she was recognized by her mother, and was therefore proved to be of gentle birth and a worthy bride. The story could only bear on our subject if the insignia by which the lost daughter won recognition was a hidden allusion to the Grail. The abandoned infant had been wrapped first in fair linen and then covered with red samite. To her arm had been bound a ring of gold, set with garnets, red stones, and with letters graven thereon. The child was taken to an abbey of nuns and set within the 4 branches of an ash tree, which grew at the church door. The porter found the infant and bade his wife light her candle and kindle the fire to warm the babe. The abbess therefore adopted the child, called her Frene, meaning an ash, but nevertheless commanded the porter strictly to forget that he took her from the ash. This might perhaps be an injunction to forget the world tree, the ash Yggdrasil, of Norse mythology. The lay of Eliduc from the same collection gives a clear but by no means certain picture of the similar gift to the church, though if the name of the heroine, Gillardun, means servant of the fire, as it probably does, we should be very near certainty. Eliduc,
seneschal of the king of Brittany, fell into disgrace with his liege lord, and had to leave his lands and his wife, Gildeluc. He sailed to the realm of Logres, England. Near to Exeter dwelt an aged king who had shut his fair daughter in a tower, because a princely neighbor made war to possess her person. Eliduc engaged in the king's service and won not only his favor, but the love of his daughter Gillardan. She sent him her ring and her girdle by the hand of a chamberlain. Eliduc returned her affection, but their love remained innocent, for he remembered his duty to his wife. Presently he was recalled to Brittany, but he promised Gillardan to return and fetch her. After a year he did so and stole her away aboard his ship. A great storm arose, and the sailors advised him to fling Gillardan, like Jonah, to the waves, because, they cried, the sin of his having taken to himself a woman other than his lawful wife was bringing bad luck. On hearing that Eliduc was already wedded, the maiden swooned and was believed dead. They landed at last in Brittany, and the knight laid the maiden upon the altar of a hermit's chapel in a forest near his castle. The next day his lawful wife went to the chapel and was surprised to find a maiden upon the altar. She drew the mantle from the damsel's face, and thereupon exclaimed, "Seest thou this woman, who for beauty shineth as a gem?" By means of a magic red flower which she placed between the girl's lips, she was able to restore her to life. This red flower was brought by a vermin, a weasel, and it is possible that the mention of this creature is due to a confusion between the word vair, V-A-I-R, the fur of small verminous animals, and verre, V-E-R-R-E, meaning glass. See notes on the story of Cinderella on pages 268 through 70 of Appendix. When the wife had listened to the maiden's story, she promised that the lovers should be happily united, because, for her own part, her secret desire had always been to take the veil. So Eliduc and Gillardan were wedded, and Gildeluc became the abbess of a great nunnery. In his latter years, Eliduc endowed many churches and monasteries, and at last confided Gillardan to the care of the abbess Gildeluc, and became himself a monk. The maiden upon the altar, whose face is first veiled and then uncovered to disclose the beauty of a gem, was a familiar ring, and the red flower might well be fire. The Welsh bard Melier calls Bardsey the holy island of the Dlain, in which there is a fair representation of the resurrection. See Mythology and Rites of the British Druids by E. Davies, page 211. The maiden who comes to life with fire and is gifted to the church is, I think, the Grail. The association of the ideas of the resurrection from the dead and the renewal of fire is shown very forcibly in the present-day ceremony at Jerusalem of handing holy fire from the tomb of Christ at Easter. In early times the Pope forbade it, and now only the Eastern Church takes part in the rite. The crowds which attend the ceremony have been told time and again that the holy fire is a piece of symbolism, but nothing will shake their faith that on this day it falls straight from heaven into the tomb. Perhaps some dim memory is retained of the days when the fire did come from the sun. The Greek patriarch, his golden staff twined with two serpents to represent the rod of Aaron, divests himself of his robes, enters the tomb, and then through a round opening in the stone he hands out the fiery symbol of the resurrection to an excited mob, who from it lights their own candles. For a full account of the ceremony of the holy fire, see In the Steps of the Master by H.V. Morton, pages 330 through 334. To return to the legends of the crystal being received and blessed by the Church, at Fécamp in Normandy was situated the great Benedictine Abbey, which claimed to have the holy blood. because one of its abbots, Henry de Sully, a cousin of our King Henry II, became abbot of Glastonbury in 1189, it has been suggested that the history of the Holy Grail and of the coming of Saint Joseph to Britain was an invention on the part of the English monks, who wished to compete in importance with their brothers at Fécamp. Nothing could be farther from the truth, for the legend of the Holy Blood at Fécamp is in reality the history of the surrender of a golden tree and its crystal to the church. And both abbeys derived their legends independently from a pre-Christian source. The legends at Fécamp are to be found in Essai historique et littéraire sur l'Abbé de Fécamp by M. Leroux de Lindsay. Nicodemus helped St. Joseph to wash the wounds of our Lord in the sepulchre. He scraped away the congealed blood with a blade. The blood hardened into a crystalline ball. His son Isaac then went to Sidon and hid the ball and the blade in a fig tree. The fig tree quickly enveloped the relics, and then the tree floated miraculously to Fécamp. An ancient king, Ansegus, went hunting, and a white hart led him to the holy tree. In the days of Lothair, king of the Franks, a certain nobleman, Wagnon, built a church round the tree and gave the building into the charge of the abbess Childemarca and her nuns. In A.D. 990, Richard, Duke of Normandy, enlarged the church for Benedictine monks. He built the tree into the church wall, but the holy blood was first taken out of the tree and put in a round stone, under the foot of a pillar near the high altar. The confusion between a crystal and the blood of the Savior seems to be due to the fact that the light from the Grail stone was the ambrosia of the gods, the manna of the immortals. A misunderstanding might easily arise, therefore, between it and the Christian sacraments necessary to the soul's salvation. The tale of Ethne most certainly relates how the talisman was delivered to the church in Ireland. The daughter of Manon mac Lir, the sea god, his daughter is therefore the sea-born goddess, had a handmaiden called Ethne. One of the gods had desired to possess Ethne by force, but this assault upon her purity had awoken in her a moral nature, only proper to mankind and foreign to the people of the Cid. As the tale tells, her guardian demon left her, and an angel of the true God took its place. Thereafter she abstained from the miraculous food of faerie, and was nourished only by the will of God. At the time of the coming of St. Patrick she was 1,500 years old, but just as beautiful as ever. One summer day, when the goddess went to bathe in the river Boyne, Ethne, who attended her, discovered that she had lost her veil of invisibility. Mortals could now behold her. Greatly distressed, she took refuge in a Christian church, where St. Patrick himself gave her baptism. There she lived as a true Christian until one day she heard innumerable voices lamenting and calling. It was her Danann kindred come to seek her. She sprang up but fell senseless to the floor. She was struck with a mortal sickness, and St. Patrick himself administered the last rites before she was buried. See Myths and Legends of the Celtic Race by T.W. Rolleston, page 142. Here I think we have not only the story of the Grail being presented to the Church, but a sudden riot caused by the followers of the old religion, who demanded the return of their talisman, with a violence which resulted in the fall and fracture of the glass. It is also plain that Ethne, after her conversion to Christianity, did not feed upon the immortal manna, light. That is to say, the Grail was not used for its original purpose of lighting a fire. If the Grail was accepted by the early Church, what then was done with it?
And why has no such talisman been found amongst the many precious relics of the churches? The answer is that it has come down to us, but in a form not easily recognizable. It was necessary to teach the heathen that fire from heaven is only a symbol of the operation of the Trinity, and not in itself a deity. Therefore it is doubtful if the Grail was ever used for its original purpose in a Christian church. Glass coracles would almost certainly have met the fate of Ethne, and have been smashed to pieces at one time or another. But crystals were precious gems to be treasured. They could be cut and engraved and used to beautify God's house. And various reliquaries in our museums will show the prevalence of the use of crystal as a decoration in early times. It has been explained how the king's or druid's privilege of wearing a brooch set with this stone developed to the bishops, whose copes are fastened with such gems. The monstrance in which the Roman Church is accustomed to display the host at festivals is very like the illustration of the Urim and Thummim in Figure 3 on page 70. The consecrated wafer is placed between two thin discs of crystal or glass, which go by the name of lunettes. In the Romance of Yvain by Christian de Troyes, Lunette is the name of the handmaiden of the Lady of the Fountain, and is rescued by the hero from burning at the stake or pyre. Clad only in her shift, she is about to be placed on the pyre, when Yvain arrives with his faithful lion, Fire, to rescue her. He had won the services of this monstrous beast by rescuing it from the embrace of a serpent, which he had cleft in two. Like the torch of Shane O'Neill, the lion went always before him, guarded him when he slept and when he engaged in battle. It seems that the lunette described in Yvain is the moon goblet. The word is still used by the French for a pair of spectacles, which only shows the ever-recurring association of the ideas of a moon-like lens of glass or crystal and the lunar orb. It appears from this almost certain that the lunette of the monstrance was originally a lens. Lunette is probably identical with La Pucelle à Coeur d'Ivoire. See Celtic Myth and Arthurian Romance, page 247, by Professor R.S. Loomis of Columbia University. Professor Loomis says that the word cor, horn, and course, body, were confused by the old writers. So also I understand where the words d'ivoire of ivory and devoir of glass. She might therefore be the maiden whose body was of glass. Professor Loomis has suggested in his book, Arthurian Tradition and Chrétien de Troyes, that the Grail was a horn of plenty, Celtic equivalent of the cornucopia, on the grounds that the blessed body and the blessed horn were confused. I cannot feel that he is right, as in classic myth, the cornucopia, the horn of material plenty, was never the object of a quest, as were the golden apples of the Hesperides or the golden fleece. Nor was the cornucopia ever associated with wisdom or inspiration, or the acquisition of divine powers. Although there is this thing called the Sampo that comes to mind in the Kalevala. On the other hand, the Coeur d'Ivoire was a talisman similar to the Grail in that its possessor should suffer neither cold nor hunger nor thirst. Line 2456, or 2456 of the first continuation of Chrétien's Conte du Graal. Gawain restores it to the maiden just as Percival restores the golden cup to the queen. Gawain's reward is a magic ring which must be rendered back to the maiden whenever she shall require it. The many allusions to ivory horns, and especially their association with forbidden hilltops, might repay further examination. No doubt real horns were used for announcing ritual feasts and taboos. See Exodus 19:12 and 13. But the almost invariable use of the word ivory in Grail legends leads me to suspect that there was confusion between the ram's horns, or silver trumpets, and the maiden whose body was of glass. Qualified etymologists would be able to judge whether also the blowing of trumpets could have been confused with the blowing of glass, and if so, in what language the confusion might have first arisen. For further references, see Vulgate Lancelot, edition Oscar Sommer, Volume 4, pages 307, 308, 550, and Volume 5, pages 3, 8, 46, 237, and page 243, which last refers to the construction of proper approaches to the hilltop, reminiscent of the processional ways to Glastonbury Tor. In the British Museum are preserved 2 large oval crystals of the 10th century Carolingian period, both magnifying most beautiful engravings of the crucifixion. Beneath the cross, the conquered serpent is depicted. These may have been grails originally. The oval shape of the lenses would not affect their capacity to focus light. In a case nearby is a small sphere of crystal from a Frankish grave of the 6th century, not engraved, and therefore still able to transmit rays. Childeric, the father of the first Christian king of the Franks, Clovis, was supposed to have been buried at Tournai with just such a ball. See Survival and Belief Among the Celts by George Henderson. I understand that 2 similar crystal balls are in the Ashmolean Museum at Oxford, both thought to be of Carolingian date. It seems to have been the ancient way of expressing the hope that God would relight the torch of the departed in another world. The same thought may have been the reason why the early Christians made the numerous gilded glasses and glass medallions, which have been found in the catacombs, and are now preserved in the Vatican and British Museum. On them the figures or faces of owner or saint are delicately gilded. One of the local legends of Glastonbury is that St. Joseph is buried somewhere near the old church, and that the Grail is buried with him. It is inconceivable that he would thus have deprived posterity of the cup of the Last Supper, nor is it probable that if Bran the Blessed surrendered the great blazing jewel of his regalia to the Christians, they would have committed it to the earth. But it is more than likely that the Celts buried the saint with a spherical crystal of modest size, such as were interred with the Frankish princes. If the Church did not use the Grail for lighting a sacred fire, it seems at least that the early fathers must have been well aware of how the behavior of light could symbolize the operation of the Trinity, for the very words of the Creed show that its formulators were thinking in such terms. I believe in one God, the Father, and in one Lord Jesus Christ, the only begotten Son of God, begotten of his Father before all worlds, God of God, light of light, very God of very God, begotten, not made, being of one substance with the Father, by whom all things were made, who for us men and for our salvation came down from heaven, and was incarnate by the Holy Ghost of the Virgin Mary. It is an interesting study to compare the beliefs of other religions, which have lost the understanding of God's foreordained symbolism, and have therefore failed to understand how there are 3 persons in one God. The following diagram will show what I mean. The numbers denote 1, the Father, 2, the Son, and 3, the Holy Spirit. The Buddhists believe in 2 and 3, but not in 1. Enlightenment can come to man, but there is no source of energy from which it proceeds.
Life must be an unsatisfactory business if one is to emulate the virtue of a non-existent God, and if the final purpose of the spirit is to achieve non-existence. I realize that this may read as too swift a dismissal of Buddhism, and that a Buddhist's attitude to nirvana may not be very different from a Christian's idea of mystical reunion with God. The difference perhaps lies largely in the paucity of words when it comes to describing mystical experience. But I must be brief and am purposely picking on the inherent weakness of Buddhism. Briefly then, there is no doubt that the Buddhist's idea of reunion with deity is a lessening or swamping of personality, both of the individual and of the Godhead, whereas Christianity teaches that union with God will increase rather than diminish individual personality. The Mohammedans seem to believe in only one. To continue speaking in terms of analogy, of what possible use would the solar orb be to man if waves of light did not proceed from it to earth? We should be entirely unconscious of its existence. In fact, we should be in the dark. The Jews believe in 1 and 3. If I have understood properly the significance of the Shekinah, a kind of divine radiance emanating from God, but since the loss of their Urim, they have refused to admit that the candle can light itself in a Son of Man. The Christians of the Western churches have preserved the symbolism with perfect accuracy in the Creed, but have forgotten whence they derived such knowledge, with the result that generally speaking the common man, as distinct from a student of theology, thinks only in terms of 1 and 2, which throws the picture out of proportion and leads to forgetfulness of the fact that the Holy Spirit can light the candle of the common man. When the Holy Ghost is symbolized as a dove, ordinary folk cannot be blamed for not knowing exactly where to place it in the picture. If I may be allowed to quote a story without intentional irreverence, a Chinese was once heard to comment that he had studied Christianity and found that 3 deities were worshipped by the Christians: a gentleman with a gray beard, a gentleman with a brown beard, and a bird. The Greek Church failed to interpret the symbolism of light accurately, just because it forgot what was the operation of 3. And here we have an interesting link with Grail legend. According to Wolfram von Eschenbach, it was in Toledo that a knowledge of the Grail was preserved, and it was in the same city that the Filioque clause of the Creed was first recited, the clause which split the Eastern and Western churches. For the Western churches hold that the Holy Ghost proceeds from the Father and the Son, whereas the Eastern Church will not admit that the Holy Spirit proceeds from Christ, but only from the Father. As will be seen in the diagram, once the candle has lit itself, of course it must give forth radiance. Saint Gildas, a pupil of the hereditary keeper of the Grail, Saint Illtyd, had evidently learned his theology from a teacher who understood this. For in his De Excidio Britannicae, he upbraids the lethargy of the Celtic Church, and deplores that the priests have not the courage to go out against the proud Gentiles as Gideon went forth, showing the mystery of the Trinity as was said above, with men holding in their hands the extraordinary pitchers, the earthenware fire bowls, which the men of Gideon carried, waving also the pitchers in the night with brightest light of fire, which are understood of the bodies of the saints, joined to good works and glowing with the fire of the Holy Spirit, having, as the Apostle says, this treasure in earthen vessels. It is fitting to complete the quotation from St. Paul, that the excellency of the power may be of God and not of us.
So I forgot to include the diagram in the last chapter. That was on page 326, which shows this sort of sphere and the different perceptual perspectives. But anyway, this is chapter 7 of part 2 of Persephone, A Study of Two Worlds by D. Streitfeld. Chapter 7, The Two Worlds in Terms of Life. I had hoped to defer the foregoing theoretical exposition of the theory of the two worlds until after some practical examples of its workings in individual lives had been considered. That would be a far preferable arrangement with respect to the inner world pattern, but outer world exigencies in the matter of what can be reasonably expected of the reader, as well as the requirements of practical publication, have intervened. It is best here, as nearly always, to seek a working compromise between the two worlds, and their interaction has resulted in this volume in its present form. It consists of the analysis of a story, followed by the exposition of a thesis in a mainly philosophical context. It is, in fact, almost entirely confined to inner world forms. It has not been possible to offer more than occasional hints at the way in which these forms work themselves out in that alternative mode of experience which we call the outer world. Yet the essence of my thesis is that the totality of experience, which makes up life, is a synthesis of inner and outer world experience, and that its pattern is a product of the interaction in individual and collective minds of factors deriving from both of them. Such a claim can only be substantiated by the consideration of examples in which it is possible to set the two categories side by side, within the framework of an individual life. In this respect of our study of no orchids is set, so to speak, in vacuo, since we know nothing of its author's outer world life. It will be necessary to turn to writers of the past, sufficiently celebrated, for details of their outer lives to be easily available for comparison with the records of the inner lives which they've embodied, largely unconsciously, in the symbolism of their writings. This will constitute the matter of later volumes of this study, in which I shall attempt to demonstrate that the inner life of the individual is no mere reflection of the particularities and contingencies of his outer world circumstances. These play their part, but their significance is determined by the subject's reaction to them, and that, in its turn, is largely the consequence of the universal, non-personal, inner world forces which act on him and through him. It will, I hope, be possible to show that these forces conform to a small number of patterns as universal, intelligible, and invariable as those which we call the laws of nature, and of the social sciences such as economics, and with the help of which we succeed in making sense of the complexities of the outer world mode of experience. These patterns will be found to embrace not only those universal factors which determine the relationship of the individual element of the mind, as such, with its non-personal elements throughout life, but also a clear, progressive scheme of development within the individual which extends from the cradle to the grave. One of Freud's most important contributions to psychology lies in his demonstration of the manner in which elements belonging to the mental patterns characteristic of infancy, childhood, and adolescence tend to persist unconsciously into adult life, where they come into conflict with the divergent patterns characteristic of that stage, thus producing inner conflicts which manifest themselves in a false and defective attitude towards life. I do not entirely agree with his interpretation of the nature of these patterns. Nevertheless, the fact that they exist and are incompatible with one another is obvious and incontrovertible. I propose to carry the scheme further, suggesting that universal patterns characteristic of adult youth, of the middle period of life which covers early middle age, and finally of the closing period of mental maturity,
may also be discerned, in that the contrasts between them are no less fundamental than those between the periods preceding and following sexual maturity. The persistence of patterns belonging to the youthful adult pattern into the middle period of life, or of those belonging to the latter into the closing period, are in fact no less important than the persistence of childish elements into adult life, which Freud has so conclusively demonstrated. These latter changes are not so apparent as the earlier ones because the older person is more individual than the younger. Infancy, childhood, and adolescence themselves constitute types, whose typical characteristics predominate over the particular characteristics of the individuals who compose them. In later life, on the other hand, the individual characteristics tend to predominate. The small individual divergencies, which are still insignificant in childhood, give rise later to the development of a wide variety of individual personalities, and of contrasting types whose attitudes are in many respects entirely different, or even diametrically opposed to one another. Thus, although gross abnormalities apart, we know pretty well what we can expect of any boy of 10. The fact that a man is 40 means very little in comparison with his individual personality and his type. He may be a retiring poet, a brash politician, or a drunken wastrel. Nevertheless, these particularities are in the last resort something superimposed on the basic form of human individuality as such, and beneath their bewildering variety, it is possible to discern fundamental correspondences within the various age groups. Every human being, irrespective of disposition, sex, psychological type, or acquired personality, inevitably passes through the same basic phases of development with striking punctuality, and ignorance of this fact is responsible for many of our troubles. These changes are apprehended in consciousness with greater or less clarity, according to the degree of insight with which the individual is gifted. In many cases, perhaps the majority, they are totally unconscious. Nevertheless, they are always revealed in the symbolism of our inner life, and we shall find this confirmed in several examples of those who have recorded that symbolism. I am particularly anxious to insist that this question of the interaction of the two worlds is a matter of life and not merely of airy theory. For if we continue to ignore it, we shall experience the resultant conflict in the form not only of the torments of the mind, but of material disaster as well. And material disaster has the one important consequence that it may bring consciousness to a premature end. The approach, moreover, which the theory suggests in order to escape this tragic outcome, indicates the possibility of a practical working program which may assist the individual to reorientate his attitude, both to his personal problems and to the collective problems of the times, in such a way that he may be enabled to pay equal and due respect to both these patterns with which, as a psychological or mental being, he is inextricably bound up. Thereby it becomes possible for him to escape the terrible fate of finding himself the helpless and tragic victim of the conflict of two irreconcilable forces, both acting in and through his mind, and each dwarfing the puny resources of the individual personality as the power of the elements dwarfs that of the body. Man, in both his individual and collective aspects, finds himself in the painful position of the iron between the hammer of his inner and the anvil of his outer nature. By enduring this torment for a time, he may, both individually and collectively, suffer the process of being forged into a shape which has significance and value. But the force of the hammer of spirit and the rigidity of the anvil of space and time are blind, In the individual or the group which fails to adjust itself to the best posture for sustaining the impact between them, is first distorted and eventually annihilated. If it were not for the mysterious identity between the iron and the smith who guides the hammer and sets the iron in the position in which it receives the blows, mankind could never survive the treatment. The analogy must not be carried too far. We can neither prevent the hammer from striking nor the anvil from resisting, for the hammer and anvil, spirit and matter, the latter being the mental pattern of material objects arranged in space and time, are merely figurative names for the essences of force and resistance. Yet by understanding the nature of this polarity, and that of polarities in general, which consists of their derivation, through the dichotomy produced by consciousness from the indeterminate, it is possible for the individual to grasp the identity of the striker with the struck, and his own fundamental identity with both. By this means, and by this means only, he can in a mysterious way control the process of forging as it affects himself, directing the blows which he, as subject, rains upon himself as object, in such a way that his personality, which he must learn to see as something separate from the forces which act on it, and as separate also from the self, is beaten into a shape which has a significance and value, and that it is enabled to survive the strain entailed by the process. If he concentrates exclusively on either hammer or anvil, he will fail to make due allowance for the nature of the other, and a distorted form will result. If he sees himself exclusively as either striker or struck, as subject or object, he will fail to appreciate the formative nature of the process, and will either destroy his own particularity or suffer it to be destroyed by the forces which he does not understand. Progress, as Jung says, can come only through the individual, for the impact between the irreconcilables can reach consciousness only in the individual mind. It is useless to attempt to solve our problems by arbitrarily imposing radical changes on the collective system, whether they be political, social, or economic. Collective systems cannot be brought into being by dictate. They can only grow up by trial and error, out of the multitude of individual expedients, originated by the individuals who form the community. Those with insight may discern the overall patterns which govern the slow process of change, and by applying their efforts in the right direction at some critical point, they may succeed in liberating dammed-up forces in a beneficial manner, so that great and far-reaching changes, for which they appear to be personally responsible, are associated with their names. The greatness of a man, Bismarck said, is the greatness of the wave which breaks under him. But two great dangers are associated with such ventures. First, the canalization and regulation of the forces which he unleashes are rarely within the power of the individual, and if no bed is ready to receive them, the torrent of the waters of life, the released collective libido, is almost invariably transformed into a disastrous flood of the waters of death. Free spirit is either creative or destructive, never constructive. Construction is the product of bound spirit, requiring restraint, discipline, and sustained and often irksome toil. When we come to study the conquerors, we shall see how those who sow the wind must reap the whirlwind. The second danger is that the reformer should underestimate the inertia of his material. He expects too much, seeing the shortcomings of the prevailing system. He eliminates them in a tidy theoretical pattern based on the assumption that everybody will behave as he, the reformer, thinks that they ought to behave. But when he comes to put his theory into practice, he finds that after the first burst of enthusiasm, if the forces he has released do not wrench themselves from his control and sweep all before them, spreading death and destruction in their path, the collectivity will soon begin to feel uncomfortable under the new, unfamiliar dispensation, and will insensibly begin to reconstruct the conditions of the old. Nothing, of course, will ever be quite the same again. Some abuses will have been eliminated and new ones will grow up in their places. On balance, a certain degree of advance will be discernible, but it will have been purchased at the price of some irreparable losses and of much suffering. G.F. Orwell's bitter little satire, Animal Farm, presents the picture very clearly with respect to the Russian Revolution. Its only fault is that it inferentially lays the failure to achieve the ideal upon the imputed wickedness of the leaders instead of in its proper place, which is the incompatibility of the ideal with the mentality of the led. Those who are naive enough to believe that the ills of humanity may be cured by changes imposed on the social, political, or economic system from without, i.e. on the basis of external theory, even with the consent of the populace, are doomed to disappointment. For the systems which it is desired to change are the reflection of the mental world picture of the community. This picture is deeply ingrained and can only be changed slowly. Any attempt to impose radical innovations on it without adequate preparation will be followed by reaction. Sometimes, of course, outmoded systems are perpetuated by the intolerant obstinacy of a ruling class, in which case an explosion is eventually inevitable. But nobody should be surprised when, after the wreckage has been cleared away, the community sinks back with a sigh of relief into a way of life which is, in large measure, a reconstruction of the old. The world picture can only change slowly, for it is deeply rooted in the whole complex system by means of which each individual finds his bearings in life, in which he dare only and can only change with infinite precaution. These considerations have been adduced solely by way of illustration, for we are not concerned with politics or economics, but with a far more fundamental matter, namely contemporary man's basic attitude towards the outer and inner worlds. If a really fundamental change in the collective system is impossible even in such comparatively superficial affairs as politics and economics, of which everybody is at least aware as controversial matters, it is by so much the more out of the question in a sphere which hardly anybody recognizes as controversial at all. It would be otiose to address oneself to the wide public, but every individual who sees the light is not only, so to speak, one soul saved in himself, but he also becomes a source of help and guidance, in however modest a degree, to his fellows. People are in fact constantly achieving such enlightenment, such a balanced maturity of outlook of their own accord. It is not necessary to study the psychology of Jung to attain it. Jung himself explicitly asserts that it is a normal and natural process of the psyche, which takes place spontaneously and automatically in precisely the same way as growth occurs in the body in childhood. The only danger is that the conscious mind may owe allegiance to an artificial one-sided system, which ignores the nature of this natural development and therefore mistrusts and opposes it. The consequence is a state of inner conflict, which may not only impair the individual's powers, thus preventing him from fulfilling himself, but may even destroy him and spread a nefarious influence among his fellows. Such a condition, as we shall see when we come to examine individual cases, is like an infectious disease of the psyche, and may cause terrible harm. The consideration of individual cases will also demonstrate that it is precisely the most gifted individuals who are liable to get into difficulties of this kind. Because to be gifted implies an intensification of the penetrative and differentiating powers of consciousness in one sphere or another. Hence, the conflict between the conscious and unconscious parts of the mind is intensified in such individuals, who are compelled to endure the stresses and strains of mental advance at a higher level of consciousness than does the normal man. The conscious mind is therefore in their case both more able and more apt to interfere with the process, and thus to bring the subject into conflict with himself. Jung's system evolved by a man whose profound insight has clearly compelled him to experience the torments and difficulties of this conflict most intensely in his own mind, is designed to help such people over their difficulties. The mentally sick are not necessarily the mentally inferior, often precisely the opposite is true. For the patients are those who are experiencing the process of foregoing with exceptional intensity. They are often the potentially creative minds, the only ones who can succeed in presenting new ideas to the world in an intelligible and acceptable form. Creativeness is not a peculiar property possessed by some and lacked by others. Every individual is potentially creative in his degree, although in the majority, of course, that degree is insignificant from the wider social viewpoint, sufficing only to bring a small inspiration to the individual himself and to his immediate environment. Even such a small gift is by no means negligible, for the beneficent and vitalizing effect which it may spread in the family circle, the office, or the club, plays its modest part in helping human beings through the difficult business of living. It is often an almost imperceptible factor, consisting simply in the ability to find the right word, which brings comfort in distress, transforms despondency into hope, or resolves hesitation. The capacity to initiate a friendship or an association, or to found a business, or even to transform a waste plot into a garden. If more people brought such small creative gifts to fulfillment, the sum of human happiness and the level of human conduct would be notably improved. People in whom creativeness does not exceed such everyday proportions are in little danger of succumbing to the strain which all creative activity imposes, or from which it derives. But between such modest creators and the great whose names live forever, there is no difference of kind, but of degree only. The interval between them is filled by a gradation of creative potentiality in every degree, and as it rises, the stresses associated with it, and the consequent danger of a disequilibration of the psyche, of mental sickness or psychopathy in the widest sense, rise with it. The examination of individual cases suggests that an excessive proportion of such exceptionally gifted people succumb to the strain imposed on them by their gifts and collapse before they have brought them to fruition. Not only that, there are grounds for believing that the proportion of such collapses at the present day is greater than it was at various periods in the past. There have been periods in human history, such as the classical epochs of Greece and Rome and the European Renaissance, when genius throve and abounded in the world, although no better, nor more secure nor prosperous than it is today, was filled with mental progress. Are we to believe that by some genetic freak the proportion of talented people born at these times exceeded that of our own? It seems to me far more probable that the explanation lies rather in some characteristic of our own times, which imposes an excessive strain on the creative mind. Jung's system appears to me as above all suited to help those in whom the creative gift is developed above the average, and who have got into difficulties as a consequence.
By explaining the nature of their problems and showing them that they are no more than an intensification of the problems generic in a species which lives in a self-created artificial mental environment unsuited to the unalterable instinctual characteristics of its mind, it helps them to endure their sufferings, to allay their fears, and to reach that dynamic equilibrium of the personality which is always a possibility, that will enable them to bring forth the best that is in them. The theme of this study is a corollary of Jung's system, and it attempts to explain the nature of one of the most fundamental and pervasive problems with which the contemporary mind is faced. The essence of Jung's teaching is that we must learn to value and respect the unconscious mind. It is absolutely necessary that we treat it as real, i.e., as something which we must take very seriously into account, fearing its antagonism no less than we fear tempest, famine, and pestilence, and valuing its benefits for their own sake, no less than we value the goods and triumphs of the outer world. In this study, I've attempted to develop and elaborate some of his ideas of what we are up against and what we may hope to win. Jung's theme is embodied in the story of Miss Blandish, Persephone. We must make up our minds to adventure outside the light and prosperity and the apparent security of this world into the darkness, the mystery and the perils of the other side. We must search there for the root of our troubles, in the contention between John Blandish and Ma Grisson, in their respective factions. We must expose ourselves for a time to the torment of the strife of the irreconcilables, in which we must participate without taking sides, suffering in ourselves, as Miss Blandish did, the pain of every blow, which each directs against the other in the bitterness and hatred which we in our blindness have built up between them. And we must learn to overcome our fear and loathing of Slim. Only in this way can we bring about reconciliation, or rather can we enable Miss Blandish to do something for us what is beyond our own powers, in the fruitful union of the opposites in love, and thus win at last the treasure of wholeness which is the divine child, the individuality reborn, the heir to both kingdoms, both worlds, which unites the opposites in itself. This symbolism is more than an empty form of words. It implies a definite, effectual reorientation towards life. It is a difficult and invidious task to offer practical examples of what I mean, for one man's meat is another's poison, and the circumstances of every individual are different. It has been said that there is no royal road to enlightenment. Each man must seek and find his own way. It is a matter of hard, patient, and persevering work which nobody can do for him. Nevertheless, a few suggestions may be useful as indicating the type of thing involved. They are no more than illustrations of what may be profitable in some cases, and there is no guarantee that they will be of the slightest use in others. Attention to the arts is often useful. I have already suggested that the modern outlook in its obsession with the interpretation of sensory experience in terms of the logical implications of the pattern of material objects in space and time tends to overlook the true intrinsic nature and values of that form of experience. The direction of attention towards the arts is calculated to combat this characteristic misuse of the senses by the intellect. Some may find it more profitable to do artistic work themselves, others to study existing works. There was a time when virtually all cultured people thought it incumbent on them to master the technique of at least one of the arts. They painted in watercolors, played the piano, or sang. Their performance naturally was pretty low on the average, but that was immaterial. The point was that they attached sufficient value to this mental sphere to take some little trouble with it, and that, even if only to an infinitesimal extent, they were able to experience in its terms. Nowadays, this beneficial custom has almost died out. It is characteristic of the times. But Sir Winston Churchill is given a valuable lead by taking up oil painting, and his explicit statement that this practice afforded him relief from the intolerable strain of affairs admirably expresses its value in the present context. It is entirely immaterial how good or bad his paintings may be from the viewpoint of the art critic. We should not admire him so much because he can paint so well, for his ability would derive mainly from the fortuitous possession of a talent. Still less because such a busy man could find time to paint in addition to his other activities, because that would imply that he might have been better employed in doing something else. But we should accord him unqualified praise because he discovered how to relieve the tension of a mind overstrained by the conduct of affairs of state, by exercising it in another mode. If he had not done so, he might well have collapsed under the strain, with the consequence that the fortunes of all of us would have been very difficult from what they are. It is also worth noting that he had tried modeling in clay, bricklaying, novel writing, and doubtless other activities as well, before he discovered the medium best suited to his bent. There is no particular virtue in painting in oils. The essential is simply to discover what absorbs one and affords relief of tension. People of a less active and more reflective type may find that they derive greater benefit from studying and contemplating, even from handling existing objects or from listening to music. Here again it is entirely immaterial what the object of interest is, provided only that the interest lies solely, or at least mainly, in its aesthetic value. The essential is to go on looking or listening until one discovers something which produces a mental reaction solely by its appearance, or the quality of sound, and to concentrate on that as a starting point. Alertness should be cultivated for what looks right and what wrong, whether two pictures at home are too close together or too far apart, whether the teapot and the cream jug agree or disagree, and so forth. Have this year's cars a harmonious form, or do they merely look modern and shiny? Are the new fashions really pleasanter to look at than the old? Two pitfalls should be noted. The first is that of persuading oneself that one admires anything because it is regarded as admirable by the best authorities. The second, that of confusing knowing about with the direct sensory relationship with the material. Here again it is completely immaterial in the present context what one likes, provided that one likes it for its own sake. In certain company it may be advisable for the novice to keep his judgments to himself, but it is essential to develop the habit of forming aesthetic judgments at every available opportunity, and of formulating them unreservedly to oneself. In the early stages, the judgments of others should be ignored, for the purpose of this exercise is not to become a connoisseur, or to be able to talk knowledgeably about artistic matters, but to learn the language of sensory experience. Nobody should believe that he is congenitally deficient in aesthetic perception, for the aesthetic mode is universal in the human mind, and although in those who have always ignored it, it may be crude and barely conscious, yet it is always present and remains capable of development by anybody who is prepared to take the necessary trouble. That which is commonly called occultism is also worthy of attention, e.g. astrology or the Chinese system of divination embodied in the I Ching or Book of Changes. It is noteworthy that Jung, who, as a scientist, automatically adopted an adverse attitude towards astrology, and in several of his earlier works makes the stock deprecatory remarks about it, was compelled in later life to acknowledge that it has value.
Space forbids my going into the question here, and it must suffice to point out that astrology must on no account be regarded as a science in the modern meaning of the term. Any suggestion to the effect that the planets exercise a causal influence on human affairs, and, worse still, any attempt to explain it by vague talk of vibrations and the like, is of course fatuous. But astrologers are unfortunately apt to make fools of themselves by writing in this vein, and by claiming the ability to make reliable forecasts of specific outer world events. On the other hand, anybody who has studied the matter with an open mind will be compelled to admit that certain more generalized correspondences between planetary movements and human trends are discernible. They cannot invariably be established, yet they do seem to occur more frequently than can be accounted for by the laws of averages and probabilities. This matter is not susceptible of proof or disproof by scientific methods, since the material cannot be formulated in scientific terms, and so much depends on the interpretation offered by the individual astrologer. On the other hand, there is no a priori reason for denying that a correspondence might exist. I can, for instance, forecast with considerable confidence that every morning when the hands of the clock point to 9, the grocer will arrive and open his shop. A train will steam into the station and the school bell will ring. If I were to point these phenomena out to an intelligent visitor from Mars who had never seen a clock, he might well come to the conclusion that this instrument exercised a mysterious causative or compulsive influence on human beings, or even on inanimate matter. In fact, of course, you and I know that what we are witnessing is the manifestation of a mental pattern which exists in the minds of the grocer, the engine driver, the schoolmaster, the clockmaker, and everybody else in the community, and according to which they voluntarily regulate their activities. Similarly, when the sun reaches a certain degree of elevation, the swallows will arrive, and bulbs, if kept in the dark, will begin to sprout. Here we have the manifestation of a pattern which acts without conscious volition. There is no reason why a potentially intelligible pattern should not exist in the universal, non-personal part of the mind, which is not subject to volition and has not yet attained consciousness, in which human tendencies, meteorological phenomena, animal and plant behavior, and the movements of the planets are somehow interrelated. For it must not be forgotten that all these things, as we know them, are themselves patterns of the mind. At present, we do not understand how such a pattern could work, but that is no adequate reason for categorically denying the possibility of any such thing. The exercise of the functions of intuition, which is irrational and anti-logical, suggests that some such pattern may be discerned, and that its existence or presence in universal mind must be accepted, although it is irrational, illogical, and completely irreconcilable with the contemporary world picture. It is in this that the value of a serious study of such subjects as astrology resides, for it promotes the development of the intuitive faculty and acts as a corrective to the contemporary obsession with the world picture based on the scientific outlook. There are many other lessons to be learnt from such a study, provided that it is interpreted according to the inner world pattern. As Jung has pointed out, investigators who have reached the limits of their conscious comprehension tend to project the contents of the unconscious mind, which includes those of the universal collective mind, into their material, which consequently assumes archetypal symbolical forms. These symbols, evolved by the ancients as scientific statements, not as deliberate allegories, act directly, through the faculty of intuition, on the unconscious mind of the present-day student. Thus, unconscious contents are liberated in the waters of life dispensed to a parched consciousness, thereby mysteriously restoring an affirmative attitude to life, and a power of decision which may have been temporarily lost. The simplest form of this is the effect produced by tossing up a coin when unable to make up one's mind between alternatives. Whichever way the coin falls, the fact of having carried out the symbolical act of consulting the oracle often clarifies the situation in a remarkable and inexplicable manner, restoring the power of decision and enabling the questioner to decide according to his true preference. I found this fact, which I had long known, confirmed by Jan Struther in Mrs. Miniver. This effect is peculiarly marked if the oracle is consulted by means of the system of divination of the I Ching, published in English by Routledge and Kegan-Paul, which, for practical purposes, is in many ways preferable to astrology, which has been so extensively vulgarized, and the pursuit of which entails a good deal of spade work. Even the reading of teacups or fortune-telling by cards, this is their proper use for the tarot or tarot cards, from which our familiar playing cards are descended, were originally a system of divination imported into Europe from the East by the Gypsies. See Arthur Edward Waite, The Tarot, which explains the system of divination and provides the cards. Even the reading of teacups or fortune-telling by cards are not to be despised. The fact that such practices are associated with uneducated old wives does not detract from the stimulus which they give to the intuitive faculty, and the corrective against obsession with the almightiness of the rational outlook, which attention to them produces. It must be clearly understood that I am not for a moment advocating that anybody should allow his conduct of practical affairs to be directly influenced by practices of this nature. Practical matters are almost exclusively concerned with the subject's relations to an environment which has been shaped by an outer world system of an entirely opposite nature. And in his dealings with it, the subject must be guided by his understanding of that system. One of the main themes of this study is the danger of interpreting inner world elements in an outer world sense, of accepting symbolical situations, patterns of behavior, etc., which have been projected from the unconscious mind in the capacity of factual elements of the outer world system. The primary advantage of discriminating clearly between the two worlds is that it enables inner world elements to be taken seriously without doing violence to the outer world picture. There are, of course, occasions when the two systems correspond and coalesce. These are the creative moments which are the supreme experience of life. But everyday affairs must be conducted on the basis of a strict separation between the two worlds. We must be punctilious in rendering unto Caesar the things that are Caesar's, but in doing so we must beware of forgetting the second half of the precept. These two considerations are, as I stated above, no more than examples of the kind of expedient which may be found helpful in the task of reorientation. To many people they may be quite useless. Different talents, dispositions, and backgrounds demand different manners of expression, and each man must find out for himself what suits him. The essential is that interest and attention must be devoted to matters which are alien to and undervalued by the contemporary conscious attitude, the nature of which I have attempted to indicate in the foregoing chapters. These matters, whatever they are, must be taken seriously enough to justify the devotion of some time and thought to them, although in the clear understanding that they are of no more direct value to the individual's relation with the outer world than Sir Winston Churchill's painting was to his conduct of affairs of state. They will possess indirect value for the subject even in this respect, in that they refresh and revitalize him. But we must accept a little more than that. Contemporary humanity has reached a stage at which it is no longer enough for people merely to indulge in hobbies and recreations in order to return with renewed energy to the pursuit of their established aims and purposes. These aims and the system of thought and the values on which they are based have already been carried too far, so that they threaten to destroy the equilibrium of the collective psyche. This threat is already calling out compensating reactions of a dangerous nature, and if nothing is done about it, they will infallibly bring about the self-destruction of our civilization. When we come to examine individual cases of such conflicts, we shall see how, if the compensating and equilibrating drives produced by the psyche, which are necessarily opposed in nature to the system whose excesses have evoked them, are opposed and rejected by the conscious part of the mind, they will set up a rebellion in the unconscious part. Their purpose is to thwart the objectionable activities of the conscious mind in every way, and eventually, if driven to desperation, they will set about the complete overthrow of the conscious personality, or the annihilation of the individual. In this enterprise, they must inevitably succeed in the end, because they have at their disposal forces of the universal mind before which the individual is powerless. The consequence is that the individual finds himself driven, often against his better judgment, to adopt a perverse course of conduct, the fundamental trend of which is self-destructive. Thus we shall find Oscar Wilde not only gratuitously throwing away the honor and success which he was at last achieving, but also purposefully, although unconsciously, engineering his own utter ruin. We shall see Hitler dragging the whole Third Reich with him into the most colossal suicide recorded in history. We shall find Nietzsche giving up the struggle and seeking a refuge in insanity. This psychological pattern applies to a collectivity in exactly the same way as to an individual. Our own civilization is revealing an ever-growing tendency towards suicide. For we do not, in recurring bursts of manic destructiveness, periodically tear down so much that we have painstakingly built up, employing for the purpose the very devices which we have evolved for our material enrichment. One may doubt if it is possible to halt the process at this stage. We are probably going too fast to stop. But any slender chance there is can only come from a reorientation of that conscious attitude, which, by its arrogant claim to represent the sole truth and sole criterion of value, its intolerant rejection as superstition, escapism, mysticism, or regression of everything which is not subservient to its aims and submissive to its scheme of values, is the cause of the trouble. The fact that this attitude is activated by the best intentions and inspired by the conviction of the purest rectitude only makes matters worse. Such a reorientation can only originate in individuals with sufficient insight to understand the situation. From them it might be conceivably spread, through personal example rather than through precept, to the wider circles of what Toynbee has called the creative minority. See Arnold Toynbee. The creative minority is emphatically not confined to intellectuals, visionaries, artists, etc. Such individuals, however, must go further than merely restoring the balance of their own personalities by devoting a minimum of attention to the aesthetic, the intuitive, and the irrational modes of the mind. They must go a little out of their way to emphasize the supreme importance of these matters in the present situation. In doing so, they will inevitably incur some derision, even contempt. At best, they will be regarded as harmless, if a little queer, at worst as antisocial, for few will have the outer world prestige of a Churchill to justify their eccentricities. That is a price which they must accept. Having their own position in the world to consider, they will have to compromise. They may well disqualify themselves from being cabinet ministers, generals, or managing directors, but provided that they confine their eccentricity within reasonable bounds, they will be allowed by a reasonably tolerant community to hold adequate posts of slighter responsibility, and it is in such positions that they can do most good. Prophets in the wilderness are of little use in such a connection. The man who is trusted and believed is the man who can hold his own in this world. And I say unto you, make to yourselves friends of the mammon of unrighteousness, that when ye fail, they may receive you into everlasting habitations. He that is faithful in that which is least is faithful also in much, and he that is unjust in the least is unjust also in much. If therefore ye have not been faithful in the unrighteous mammon, who will commit to your trust the true riches? And if ye have not been faithful in that which is another man's, who will give you that which is your own? Luke 16, 9-12. This surprising and striking passage, which concludes the extraordinary parable of the unjust steward, with its unexpected insistence on the necessity of the conforming to the practices of this world, even when they are not entirely above reproach, is clearly an elaboration of the precept, render unto Caesar, etc. It is the product of a very mature intelligence which bid us to remember that we have to live in this world, even enjoins us to make the best of both worlds. The next verse, no servant can serve two masters, ye cannot serve God and Mammon, is in direct contradiction to this teaching. In my view, it can only be regarded as the interpolation of a puzzle scribe of high principles, who could not bring himself to believe that the master had really meant what he was reporting as having said. It is noteworthy that this emendation of the indisputable purport of the parable, and of the injunction to adopt a realistic attitude which follows it, is far more popular and more widely known than the latter. And, certout pas de cele, the secret is to understand the difference between the two worlds, and that understanding promotes balance and serenity. Some 40 or 50 years ago, Albert Einstein devised a harmless-looking equation embodying an abstruse question of mathematical physics, the relation between mass and energy. Seeing it at the time, even a qualified scientist could not have visualized what was to happen at Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Hardly even could he have imagined lights and machinery fed by the energy of atomic reactors. To the layman, it would have been impossible to realize the potential applications of this formula to real life. Yet it was in these applications, probably not suspected by Einstein himself, that its importance to the mass of humanity lay. Similarly, it is hard, when reading of such things as the conscious attitude and its conflict with archetypal forces, or the inner and outer modes of experience, to visualize the manifestation of such abstractions in terms of sleepless nights of torment, of the despair and bitterness of Oscar Wilde in prison, the mixture of self-loathing and self-adulation which permeates Bleak House, the frantic exaltation and hatred of Hitler, and the terror and agony of Auschwitz, Buchenwald, and Belsen which resulted from them. Yet these things are as truly implicit in the theory as the nuclear fission bomb and the atomic reactor were in Einstein's equation. It is for this reason that it would have been preferable to defer the theoretical exposition until after a number of examples had been examined. The spectacle of what actually happens when these factors come into play is not unnaturally liable to bring greater conviction to most minds than can be achieved by an abstruse exposition of their nature. The consideration of a number of examples of the inner world material also may be relied upon to have a cumulative effect, for the contemplation of the various forms assumed by the symbol, which is a living force, acts directly on the unconscious part of the mind. This course, however, has seemed inadvisable, because the material is too extensive. The reader must be informed in advance of the guiding principles which have led to its selection, if he is to be enabled to keep his bearings throughout such a prolonged study, or indeed to find the patience to pursue it to the end. Thus, I am aware that my thesis is still at this point woefully lacking in factual confirmation, and can carry little conviction in the respect in which I intend it, namely as an outlook from which it is possible better to understand life. To those who find it sufficiently interesting, however, further material will be offered in future volumes. Full conviction, however, can only be based on personal experience. Probably it is necessary, in order to believe, to have gotten into difficulties, to have suffered, to find one's way out, and to blunder back and have to find one's way out again countless times. Sometimes, Gustav Meyrink says, it is terribly hard to understand what is required of one. He gives the instance of a horse which he was training to jump by driving it round, at the end of a rope, on a circular track across which was placed a low hurdle. Every time it refused the jump, it received a cut from the whip, and he relates how he sympathized with the animal, in whose eyes he imagined that he could detect the fear of the whiplash each time it was confronted with the hurdle. But he had a job to do and continued until at last the horse saw the light and jumped. Then he shared its triumph and relief. He was, of course, projecting his own feelings into the mind of the horse, for he himself was that horse, driven more cruelly than most men by inner forces which required of him something which he could not understand. Suffering, even much physical suffering, is evidence that we have failed to adjust ourselves in one or both of the two directions in which, as Jung says, adjustment is necessary. Towards the outer world and towards the demand of our unalterable and ineluctable inner nature. We have to learn to jump, and suffering is generally necessary in order to persuade us to go on trying until we've understood what is required of us. For, to quote Jung yet again, those who undertake what I have called the quest of the treasure do not do so out of preference, but because they are compelled to. Needs must when the devil drives, and as we shall see later, it is literally the devil who drives us to salvation. Mephistopheles' introduction of himself in Goethe's Faust reveals this situation. Ich bin ein Teil von jener Kraft die stets das Böse will, und stets das Gut schafft. I am part of that force which always works for evil, and always achieves good. But although suffering is perhaps the price of understanding, suffering alone will not bring understanding. The cases which we shall later consider show numerous examples of men and women who have endured the torments of the soul throughout most of their lives, and have died without ever understanding why they had to suffer. Like Parzival, who shall obtain no benefit from witnessing the ceremony of the Grail, until we ask what it means. The question which we have to ask today concerns the relationship between the two worlds, and in particular the nature of the inner. For the outer we already know far more than is good for us. Chapter 8, Conclusion. The supreme symbol of the inner world is the dream. It is the normal, commonplace, ever-present reminder of that alternative manner of experience in which the subject in us manifests its sovereign independence of that cherished, petty, circumscribed continuity which is our personal life. It is, above all, with respect to our dreams that to those spontaneous waking fantasies, which are so close to them in character, that we can assert the reality of the inner world. When we have dreamed, or when some image has presented itself to us in fantasy, we must purposefully insist, in face of the contempt and derision of that voice of outer world prejudice which speaks from within us no less than from without. This was real, it happened, just as surely and just as really as it happened that I undressed and went to bed. It happened, to be sure, in another world, and it is not to be interpreted according to the principles of this world.
in which I must now get up and dress again, nor must it be considered in any but an indirect relationship to the latter. Nevertheless, it happened. It had significance and importance and must not be ignored. It may take some time to discover what it meant and may not, in the event, be of any great importance. Dreams, like outer world events, vary in importance and significance, and we must not be disappointed if, all too frequently, nothing very sensational results from our efforts. Nevertheless, if it is written down, thought about seriously, and carried about with one, almost any dream will prove to have a meaning. It is not the single interpretation, but the general attitude that counts, and with it the cumulative understanding of the unconscious mind and of the inner world, which results from a sustained attention to dreams and fantasies over a period of years. If this attitude is perseveringly cultivated, it will bear fruit in a better balanced, more harmonious, and richer relationship to life in general. And the individual who cultivates it may progress some little way toward transcending that small vortex of experience and universal mind which he regards as himself. If it were universally practiced, there might even be peace on earth. Having started with Chuang Tzu, we may close with him. Those who dream of the banquet wake to lamentation and sorrow. Those who dream of lamentation and sorrow wake to join the hunt. While they dream, they do not know that they dream. Some will even interpret the very dream they are dreaming, and only when they awake do they know it was a dream. By and by comes the great awakening, and then we find out that this life is really a great dream. Fools think that they are awake now and flatter themselves that they know if they are really princes or peasants. Confucius and you are both dreams, and I who say you are dreams, I am but a dream myself. Giles' translation. Wilhelm's corresponds exactly except for the last sentence, which he renders, "And my saying that you are a dreamer, that also is a dream." To which we may add what is perhaps the sublimest of all statements of the relativity of what we call existence. Our revels now are ended. These our actors. As I foretold you, we are all spirits, and are melted into air, into thin air. And like the baseless fabric of this vision, the cloud-capped towers, the gorgeous palaces, the solemn temples, the great globe itself, all which it inherit shall dissolve. And like this insubstantial pageant faded, leave not a rack behind. We are such stuff, as dreams are made on, and our little life is rounded with a sleep.